welcome to our work session for February 3rd, Roanoke County Public Schools. Go ahead and call the meeting to order.
Mr. Vice Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to allow Mr. David Linden to join the Roanoke County School Board work session on February the 3rd, 2022 electronically due to personal reasons.
Can we have discussion?
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Back to Madam Clerk for our roll call.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Here. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, item 2.01, update on academic impact of COVID-19. Mr. Ben Williams?
Okay. Yeah, that is our objective for today, to help provide some information in terms of how the COVID-19 pandemic has been impacting us academically and where we stand on that in terms of our efforts regarding intervention and support of students. So I'll go ahead and jump right in. First, we have to just mention our measures. I'm going to go through each of these individually, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time here. But we, for various grades, for various subject areas, whether they be math or reading, we have different measures of student achievement. And so we're going to go through those individually. The first one you've already seen, that's the longitudinal SOL results. We actually have several years here, going back even to some of the old standards, which are grayed out there. Also included is the state average for last year, just so that you can have some contextual information and sort of understand where Roanoke County is in the context of the whole. You'll see, just like we've mentioned before, that there was a drop related to COVID-19 that occurred once we started testing again. We had a year off in 1920 that occurred in spring of 2021, and relative to the rest of the state, we were pretty good. The other thing that you'll see here is that our math took bigger drops than our reading. Reading, it's sort of the one of those things that it doesn't change as quickly as the math. Also, every day is new in math, and so we definitely had a bigger drop there in the on the math side. You'll see, just to clarify a few things, those stars on the state average. The state does not report history and social science on the state average because of different testing patterns in various divisions. So that's why that is. You'll see the single asterisk on some things, being that a lot of the high school tests are very small numbers. For example, U.S. history there, I think it was 30-some kids. So we're not talking about a lot of kids there. But most of these are roughly 1,000, a grade level taking each of these. So in terms of longitudinal SOL results, we've reported that to the board already. This is new information, and we reported in the fall report the beginning of the year Lexile comparison. And at the beginning of the year, we really weren't seeing a ton of change from a non-COVID year. Here, just looking at it from a broad perspective, you'll see that the first 2 years, the January 19 and January of 20, are non-COVID, and the January of 2021, January of 22 are considered post-COVID. So you'll see that, and by the way, just so you understand what we're looking at here, these are reading levels in winter. We just finished testing this. This is really fresh data. And it tells us essentially mid-year how many students are above what we call below basic. Below basic would be the students that are significantly behind grade level. So, how many students are above that? On a normal year in elementary, you can see we're looking about 83, 84. COVID dropped us down to about 81, and we did see a little more of a decrease here this year, down to 72. In the middle, you'll see that we were trending in the right direction pre-COVID, using our new literacy plan, going from 83 to 84, middle going from 89 to 91, and middle has not seen a significant drop. We were looking at about 1.5 points from where we were in Jan 19. One thing I will point out when you look at this data, you'll see that the numbers on January of 2021 were lower, particularly in the middle school. The reason why you see those lower numbers is that we had a lot of students, particularly those that were on virtual, who didn't test because they didn't want to come in to test, or for whatever reason, we weren't able to capture the full picture there in 21, there in January of 21. So, yes.
Can I slow you down here
Sure.
just 1 second to ask a question? So, January of 22 under the elementary. Middle, I don't want to say I'm not concerned about, because I am, but I think the critical for me is the elementary, right? You probably agree with that.
Absolutely.
So January of 2022, we're looking at 20%, 700 of that 3511 are below, right?
Correct.
Below levels. Go up to January of 20, we're at 16% of 3,800. So to me, I guess my only thought here is that's more concerning than the middle area. How concerned are you with that?
Well, I think you're absolutely right to be more concerned about elementary than the upper grades, although we're concerned about all of our students.
Sure.
Elementary is foundational, and that's really where you're developing your reading skills, your reading fluency, and so any sort of bump along the road in elementary could have longer term effects than the bump later on in middle school, for example.
Well, let me ask you.
And by the way, this is grades 2 through 5. We also have Lexile data that we'll show you, also related to the youngest kids.
Okay, perfect. One question, just to go back to what you're saying there. Out of those 700 kids, do we have the data to define, is that primarily Title I kids? Is that just kind of evenly across the board? Oops, excuse me.
We do. And in fact, what we do is, from our perspective here, we take it down to, when we meet with our schools, go down to the classroom level, we go down to the subgroup level. And essentially what we're trying to do is get to the point where schools can look at the individual and say, what does this child need, and do we have the intervention for them? Right now, the biggest intervention we're seeing work at the elementary levels is what's called the RISE program. We are seeing strong reading growth right now behind the scenes in our RISE, in our folks that are doing RISE. And so the school-to-school growth at the elementary levels is probably the highest I've ever seen right now. Doesn't mean we're perfect, but it's right now that we're seeing a good bounce back in terms of Lexile levels, which are levels of students' ability to read in 2 through 5. We'll get to PALS in the lower grades here in a minute, but I'm pleased right now with what we're seeing in terms of reading growth. We're seeing situations where where they're starting the year with a large number of students in basic or below basic levels, and now those students we've basically halved the number of students that are in those levels, and they're moving up into the proficient and advanced bands, and so if that this is a mid-year, if that trend continues through the rest of the second semester, we should be seeing good numbers in the reading by the end of the year. So again, are there kids that are going to need a lot more than that? sure. But the RISE program for those students does seem to be working. Do you want to just tell them a little bit about the RISE program?
Is the RISE more geared towards the Title I? Is that what you're saying?
RISE program is,
Everything.
I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir, it's just elementary. And with the RISE program, students have been identified as reading below grade level. And what they do is they set up stations where there's an adult at each station working on a particular skill or concept. And the child will rotate through those stations for reading instruction each day. And we do have the RISE program that is at all of the Title I schools, because I know that was a question that you were asking about our title schools. Each one of them do have a RISE program in some type of form. And with that, they are seeing quite a bit of growth with working with those youngsters. For example, I was speaking to one principal. What we do is, with all this data that you're seeing, we've met with the principals to talk with them about their individual schools. And one school in particular, that's a title school, we were talking about the percentage of students that were below basic, but she's talked about how much growth they made from the very beginning and feels very confident that they'll be moving above that by the time we get to springtime. So what we did with that data is we also didn't only look at it by just the overall school, we looked at it by grade level, so that we could pinpoint and talk to the principals about what's going on in each one of those grade levels, so that way they could determine, and they were right on the money, they know their schools. They could determine if it was a particular teacher that may need additional support. Is it a group of students that may need additional interventions? And so with that, at a couple of our schools, one was a title school, and two were title schools and one a non-title. We also have Joe Legault, who is our English supervisor, who is going out and working with some of those teachers and actually also working with groups of students to assist them with that instruction as well.
Good. Okay.
Okay, we'll move over to PALS.
Hold on, Mr. Weeds.
Oh, sure.
Just one quick question, and it may be directed to Ms. Hogan, is, when the math was going down, you said there was a deficiency in math. What did we do? There was a remedial. What did we do for those kids that weren't getting that? The learning lost learning.
What we did is initially, at the end of last year, what we did is we had a summer program where we were very thankful that we were able to provide transportation, and we had robust numbers at all of our elementary schools. They doubled and tripled the numbers of attendance of students who participated in those programs. And then as they've entered the building for this year, the teachers were provided with that data that they had collected during the summer programs, so that they could go ahead and start from the first day of school targeting and working with those students. And as part of our ESSER money, we hired full-time remediation teachers at each of our title schools, and then we split a full-time remediation teacher with our other elementary schools. And those teachers specifically work with students to targeted intervention for mathematics and reading. We also have remediation tutors that work with students in grades 3, 4, and 5. At our title schools, we have Title I teachers and instructional assistants. And then, of course, at all of our schools, we have PALS tutors that work with our students K through 3.
The results?
That's what we've got
Oh,
some
you got that
information on.
coming?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, looking at PALS, just so that you understand PALS, PALS is the a phonetical awareness, a phonemic awareness rather, assessment that happens. Basically, it's a reading assessment that occurs for our biddies, our K1, 2, some third graders, but all of our K2 students are assessed here with the PALS. It comes out of UVA. Which makes it better than just about anything. And then, sorry, that was an editorial comment. Anyway, it comes out of UVA, and the good thing about this is not Ben data. This actually came from UVA. The state had UVA run specific data for every division. And so this is directly from UVA. And what you've got here is the state of Virginia right now, as of this fall, and then you've got Roanoke County as of this fall here in PALS. PALS is generally done twice. It's the beginning of the year is your benchmark in terms of who's meeting the benchmark on PALS is a big deal for our elementary school. If our students aren't meeting the benchmark on PALS, it tells us we need to give them additional support, and we have special PALS tutors that do that, give them additional support. And then by the end of the year, we're hoping that we can really, make a big difference. Now, what you're seeing here over time is what's the COVID's impact on PALS, and this is new information to the board as well. And what you'll see that in Virginia, you can see the number of students identified in PALS at the beginning of the year is going way up to the point in second grade, they're looking at 42% of the kids in Virginia identified for PALS. That's kind of a scary number. So in Roanoke County, our numbers are lower. In terms of the trend, at kindergarten, the trend is similar. Those are the kids coming to us right at the first day of school, basically, almost. In first grade, this is something that's really neat, and I think the board has to take some credit for this. You're seeing us relatively flat in first grade, and the state going way up. The biggest reason for that is the investment that you guys made in terms of making sure that our first graders were in class every day. Because we were in school every day, we took a lot less of a hit than the state as a whole, and you see that also in second grade. In second grade, we had those kids, and because we had those kids, we actually went in the total opposite direction of the state. We got better every year there. We actually probably shouldn't have been where we were, to be honest with you, at the beginning of the COVID piece, and so we have improved every year there in COVID. So I think that's a positive. We still have a quarter of our kids that that are receiving PALS remediation, and they're in second grade. But it's definitely something that I think speaks to some good decisions on the part of the board and the superintendent, and also some hard work on the side of the teachers. So that's in terms of PALS. Then after this, by the way, we take over with the Lexiles.
It's a little redundant, but can you tell us PALS, what's that? I know we've talked about that many times. What does it actually mean, PALS?
Do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, when you're looking at PALS assessment, it's looking at phonological awareness, and it's looking at letter sounds and being able to identify them.
Pronunciation.
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay.
It's like, when you go in, I see this every day when I'm in elementary school, when I see the RISE program, it's, can a kid, see the letter and then associate a sound with it, right? So it's that practicing that, so.
And I think that probably speaks volumes, as Ben said, to us going, with these little kids every day. The only thing, I'm assuming, because you can't get that with these masks on. I'm just wondering, I'm not trying to go there with masks, but the point is, do you think they are pulling those down to, some to get that across to the kids? Because
The teacher?
yes.
Yes, sir.
Because I
I
don't know
think-
how these kids, they're amazing if they're doing it without that.
Right,
To me,
right.
that's,
Do I think that they're keeping their mask down completely and going through instruction that way? No, I don't.
Right.
Do I think periodically that they have to pull down so that they can see the formation of the letter or something like that quickly? Sure. I would think that would be reasonable.
good. Because that's wonderful. I don't as much look at Virginia, because I think, as we all know, a lot of them didn't go, but I think it is impressive, that we've stayed at or just a little bit below. We've dropped the benchmark a little bit.
Yeah, and just so you know, the tests aren't equal in terms of difficulty. So you really can't compare K1 and 2 together. That's why you see the 2 number, the second grade number higher. The second grade test is a harder test by nature. So that's why you see the higher numbers all of a sudden shoot up. It's not that our kids all of a sudden, got weaker. It's just the test got harder.
Good point, yeah.
Okay, and then we go to grade distribution. So then the question is, in terms of our grades, and this is a combination of math and reading together, In terms of our grades, are they slipping or did they slip during COVID? And, what you'll see here is that in terms of grades, except for last year, they remained relatively stable. Last year, you did have a slight increase in Ds and a pretty sizable increase in Fs. And what you're seeing now is that it's reverting to the mean. I think you can see now that drop back into this year. And this is basically based on the first semester. So this is accurate as of just a few weeks ago here that, folks are reverting back down to the mean there with the overall grades in math and reading. And the small kids, the K1, didn't really change much at all. But remember, they were in school for the most part. There were some virtual kids out there. But for the most part, they were in school. We saw a tiny little bump in the needs, a tiny little bump. It's double what it was. We saw a bump in the needs support here, which, is always a concern, but that bump is going down for this year. And so, again, I think what we're seeing is reversion to the mean on the grade side of things. Now, what can mask some, some concerns might be that we've been really flexible with kids, much more flexible with students than we were pre-COVID in terms of allowing makeup work, without penalty, in terms of, really trying to work around the needs kids are facing. And so particularly at the upper levels, retakes have been much more prevalent. And those are things that I don't know that we want to let go of. Those are, I really like the idea, and really it goes along with the research on grading right now that we've been doing some deep dives into, that we probably want to be, increasingly flexible and, sort of focus on the learning, not necessarily on the gotcha of grading. And so that's something that we may, in some ways, incorporate into our philosophy going forward. Any question about grades before I move past that?
I just have a comment.
Sure.
Virginia has such an excellent reputation in terms of our education system. I don't think we ever want to rest on our laurels. I would hope that our division would continue to expect excellence no matter how we get there. I don't want to see us lowering our standards and letting our kids, I see it at the high school, elementary school level too, like retake the test. There's some benefit to that, but at some point we have to set a standard and make sure that our kids are meeting expectations.
Sure, and if they are retaking the test, it's going to have to show that they can do it independently and know the content cold, just like and it can't be necessarily the same test.
Yeah.
We've got to change it up to maintain our academic integrity. I'm a big academic integrity guy,
Yeah.
and I think you'll see us definitely try to hold the line on that.
Okay.
All right, and here with math, now with math, we don't have as many data points as the reading. We're pretty rich in data for the reading. Math, what we looked at were the formative assessments, the benchmark tests, and the ones that were comparable are here. Algebra 1's at the top simply because it's alpha, but what you'll see is that we compared the pre-COVID benchmark on the exact same test to the post-COVID benchmark on the same test as well. I would have included the mid-year test. The reason why the mid-year test, the 2021 test, is not in there is because a lot of kids took it at home. And so the test-taking patterns were different. It was comparing apples and oranges. And so, but 1920 and 2021, essentially, that's an apples-to-apples comparison. So, so what we'll see is that Algebra 1 actually got a little better, but at the other areas we are seeing those math declines that we mentioned. So, and the declines are a little steeper in the math, especially if you go to Math 5, Math 6. They're a little steeper in the math than that you see in the reading, maybe significantly steeper. And so again, Personally, some of the biggest concern I have is on the math side. And I think this bears that out. And so that's why when we met last time, the reading, the reading is something we always have to, to keep in the forefront. And we've got pretty robust programs to make sure that happens. The math, we have probably, I would put our math teachers in Roanoke County against any division in the state of Virginia. We have really, really good math teachers. And so, and in our math leadership, also up here at the central office with Terry Hartley, is excellent. I really feel like, that if we're seeing these drops, then, we're going to get them back to where they need to be. But the thing about math is it's going to take some time, just like reading. It's going to take some time. You can't just kind of crunch it back in. You can't just rush them into it because, and I'll talk about this later, that one of the challenges you get into is they're still learning this year's content. So not only are you learning this year's content, but if you've got a gap, you have to learn the previous content and this year's content as you learn it, essentially. We call that scaffolding, where you kind of, you teach them through with the gaps that they have so that they continue to be as close to grade level as we can. And that's what we're doing here in the math, is we're doing lots and lots of scaffolding with the students that are performing lower. And I think that one thing that's going to be really telling is what does this look like in the third 9 weeks? After the third 9 weeks, we'll get some more information on the math. The other thing that we saw in the second 9 weeks is we met with schools and talked down to every classroom pretty much. We looked at this data way, way down into the granular level. And we saw a lot of issues with pacing, where the benchmark test is going to test this much content. But if a teacher has done this much content and the test is testing this much content, there's going to be an issue. And so a lot of the teachers, some of the drop you see isn't lack of understanding, it's some of that they didn't get to. And so the pacing is something we have to watch, and we do have to recover some on the pacing, but one of the reasons why you see the slowdown in the pacing is the reteaching that's going on. Those math teachers know, I've got to reteach this concept while I teach this new concept, and that's going to take us a little bit longer, especially in the intro units, as we get them back up to speed. So that's why I'm really interested to see where we are in third 9 weeks and see if that pays dividends later on.
Could this be something that we need if it stays in this trend? Because those are deep cuts, I think. Is this something we would possibly need more math teachers to help remediate some, like double up on some of these kids to help? Does that make sense? In other words, they've got their math class, but
Well, and we do it, and the plan we are working, and I do think if you kind of look longitudinally at the numbers, and I'm speaking to the middle school numbers right now, if you look at kind of the difference between where we were pre-COVID and post-COVID, say for our sixth graders at the end of the year SOL tests. If you look at the difference between that and where they're at now in the formative testing, you can see we're closing the gap with some of those kids as our teachers are getting them back 5 days a week. One of the things that we've had for years, and this year we've actually upped it, we have it at the high school now too, is we have algebra readiness tutors that are pushing into almost every classroom where there's a need, where they're working with that teacher, pulling out small groups of kids, working on skills. And again, like Ben said, doesn't happen overnight. You don't put an algebra readiness tutor in the classroom and 2 weeks later the kids know how to do all the math. But I think the plan that our teachers are working right now with those tutors that are coming into the classroom on a regular basis, we are going to start to see that pay off dividends as we go. May not even be by the end of the year. I think we're going to close that gap considerably, given the resources we're putting there. But then, again, we're going to have a robust summer program, once again this summer, that we're getting ready to plan right now to make sure we get folks in, that we're getting kids the help they need so that we can get them caught back up, especially in the math, but in the reading as well, as quickly as we can.
Yeah, I guess I would be really concerned if at the end of the year we're similar to where we are now. And I get, Ben has stated, it probably will close a little bit.
I think we'll continue to close the gap, given the resources and what our folks are doing right now.
Are we tutoring at all levels?
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, you're, again, class to class, some of the tutoring is more teacher-based versus school-based. There's really two types of tutoring. There's the tutoring where it's more of an acute need, the student's stuck on a concept, and that the teacher's expected to do, work with the teacher on acute needs. Something that's more systematic, a student who's reading 2 grade levels behind, that's going to take long-term investment. And there, it's very often not the teacher, it's the remediator designated by the school, and then they're into the school-wide remediation program then.
Can I just add one thing? In terms of our interventions, we always look at that tiered approach. The level 1 is going to work for 80% of the kids, and in terms of just good instruction. And then the other 20% who's not getting it, you drill down further and make it more and more intensive for those students. The reason I bring that up is because one of the key just components, and these guys will all agree, that is true of any class, is that check for understanding component. So good instruction means that, I'm paying attention to what's going on in my class to make sure that, before I move on, this person, I'm making sure somebody's got it. So when you walk into classrooms, you'll see often the kids with the little whiteboards, so the teacher will often say, okay, you work it out, hold it up. So he or she is looking around to make sure that, who didn't get it. But you can't skip that part, because otherwise you're moving on, but this, Sally over here in the corner didn't quite get, how we got 11 times 12, like I saw recently in a 3rd grade math class. And, so that critical component, it goes back to, we know what good instruction looks like. We've got to keep, hammering away at that and make sure that's what's happening. So it's not a mystery in terms of what needs to happen.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and so again, when we look at this group, right, this is the group we didn't send back every day. And so my fear is, if we don't catch this at the end of this year, and if the gap doesn't close as much, I think this group may need remediation for years to come. That's my fear. I think this deal for the last 2 years, for kids that weren't in school every day, didn't have instruction personally every day. This isn't a Roanoke County problem, right?
Sure.
This is,
I think we have to go where the data takes us.
yeah.
Well, I think
If
it's critically
that's where
important.
the data takes us, that's where the data takes us.
Yeah, last summer was the first summer, like in 10, 15 years at least, we've provided transportation to these summer programs. We've got to keep doing that for the next several years, because we've got to get those kids right back in and keep working with them.
And from what I'm seeing right now, the biggest impact seems to be the 5th and 6th grade. It's the end of elementary, beginning of middle. And we even see that on the reading as well. End of 5th, beginning of 6th.
That was going to be my question. How are we looking at the transition from elementary to middle, middle to high? Are we perceiving a big problem there at that exchange?
Getting back to school this year, and I was just talking to Tammy Newcomb, actually, over at Bird about this just a couple hours ago. When the kids came back this year, they, especially the ones that were hybrid or out the whole year, and, we had, a couple thousand kids that are out the entire year, not even hybrid. And so when they came back, they almost had to relearn how to be students in a school again. And particularly when you're going back into a new school, that was tough on kids. It really was. And not only do you have the reintegration of the routines, but you also had the social pecking orders essentially all jumbled up. They had to reestablish themselves socially coming back, and that was tough. With our behaviors early on this year, and our behaviors have evened out, but our behaviors were really, really rough at the beginning of the year, as kids were basically figuring out the pecking order again. And that was we saw that at 6th grade. We saw it again at 9th grade as well. In fact, I was looking at Bird High's absence rate, and their absence, their discipline, the biggest area was in 9th grade. right now.
Now, when that
And,
translates to education, what are we looking at? Because obviously the stress levels and the different aspects of changing schools, and obviously our numbers are a little down. So do you perceive that being a problem, or do we have a plan in place to?
It's hard for me to quantify the problem. Do I see it as a concern? I would say yes. I mean, it's something that normally when you have transition with those groups, you're doing some sort of transition programs as well. A lot of our large group programs and assemblies and things like that sometimes would work with transition. You wouldn't have because of distancing, et cetera. But yeah, I would say that is it a concern? Yes. Can I quantify the concern? I don't know that I have the data to do that.
Well, except that we know a lot about what kids, to your point, and when you're transitioning from one school to the next, before I can start worrying about my math and my reading, I got to figure out how do I get along with people that I'm in school with, right? Plus, you throw in young adolescents who are, that 11 to 14-year-old group transitioning from elementary to middle school and again to high school. I mean, those are real things that kids are going through, and so we have to attend to that. I'm really proud of the fact that Mr. Riley can speak to this. I mean, our middle schools in Roanoke County, that's why we go by these programs like our School to Watch program and those best practices in the middle school because we know how important that is. I was actually last night in the Student Advisory Council meeting. I didn't tell you all this. In a great conversation. This was a question the superintendent night. So it's fascinating what they care about. They ask you what they ask you about, and one of them said, I forget which school it was. They said, could we in our school, when they go from middle school to high school, do more like we did when we went from 5th to 6th grade? 'Cause they felt like the middle schools did a really good job getting them acclimated, having older students kind of tour them around or whatever. So we actually went around the room and asked, which schools, felt when you went into 9th grade, felt like there was good programs to do that. And actually most of them did, but there was one place that not so much, and so that's where we're going to circle back around and say, hey, let's talk to your principal, let's work on that.
And we're developing a lot of data along that in terms of our PBIS programs as well with our new Swiss system, where led by Dr. McClung, where she's bringing a lot of this data together into one system to try to make good decisions at the school level on their needs that are beyond academic.
Brent, can I just comment? Sure. So, Tim, to your point with how do we get these kids up to date because the gap could widen. I mean, we have to think about that over time. So that's why I started the conversation with high dosage tutoring, looking at some of those kids who are really not meeting the mark and how do we bring them up. I think human capital is a big issue right now. We have a hard time finding teachers to do it. So I'd like to ask that we continue to explore different tutoring programs so that we can make sure that those gaps do not widen. And we look at those kids and make sure we bring them up.
We're actively involved in looking at different programs right now.
Good. I know you are, but I thank you for that.
Well, and making sure that, toward, like your point, you got to incentivize people, even if it's our own people or going with an outside resource. If it's our own people, we have to incentivize them to do it. Make sure we're paying, a decent wage, or look at some of the outside programs. Right. But those are all things we've had some initial conversations about.
Well, to summarize for me, and this is why I push so hard for that 3 to 5. If I go back to your longitudinal SOL, it does 3, 4, and 5 to me look like deeper dives into the cut of, where they dropped. And for me, that is a lot more concern. I'm not saying I'm not concerned with the others, but at 3, 4, 5, I am hugely concerned comparatively to the other grades, because if you get the foundational piece, right, y'all know I'm preaching to the choir, but I just want us to really, and I know you will, but I don't want us as a board to lose focus of the fact those kids may not have the chance to get that foundation back that the kids in the upper grades have already got the foundation, to carry them forward.
Sure.
So that's what worries me so bad about that 3 to 5.
And the big difference between elementary and middle and high is that at elementary, you have to learn it 100%. The mastery has to be perfect because, if you don't know your math facts, you can't do the next
Can't go to
level.
the next, yeah.
Whereas if I know, if I miss the difference between mitosis and meiosis, I can pick that up later pretty easily.
Well, it overlaps. The instruction
Exactly,
overlaps, right.
exactly. So I think that in that respect, you're right that we really continue to need to focus on our youngest kids. Just so you know, the way our remedial money outlays is that we give $3 or $4 to elementary for every $1 we give to secondary. We pump a lot more of our remedial funds into elementary. And same with Title I. All the Title I money, or virtually all the Title I money, goes to the Title I elementary schools.
I have one more question for you, Ben. I'm sorry.
Sure.
Do you have the raw data on the PALS? So we're looking at benchmarks, right? I wouldn't mind seeing the data on the actual numbers for the PALS test.
Sure.
Can you share that with me?
I don't have
Because
it
the benchmark is
right
one
now,
thing.
but I can
Yeah.
get that for you.
Okay, yeah.
We'll get back on the reading. Do we have reading specialists in middle schools?
We do not.
Is that something we may need to look into to
That's-
bridge this
that's
gap?
That's something that we have definitely talked about. I know it's something we have explored with some of the ESSER funding grants. And I think ultimately that's something we'd love to be able to do. Again, that's a budgetary expense. That'd be a staff person at each middle school. But I think the middle schools would love to have reading specialists in each of the schools.
Well, because what happens is, if you go back to your middle school days, and I know my middle school days, the teachers in middle school, when they're prepped to teach that level, a lot of them were trained as secondary English teachers. Okay, so, I mean, they know all the literature,
They
and
love
they can tell you all
Chaucer.
about, Huck Finn and all the classics and all that kind of stuff. And good, how to write and that kind of thing. But in terms of how do you go back to that, phonemic and phonological awareness and those kind of skills, I mean, that's not necessarily their expertise. So that's where we're having to do some retraining with the teachers we have at that level to equip them and empower them. But yeah, having a reading special at the middle school is definitely something that
And
we
we
think would be
are,
really
at the
helpful.
middle school level, we are working the plan up through the middle school that we had at the elementary level. We've got our literacy plan, where we've got some small group guided reading that we're going to be working on, some phonemic awareness that we're working on. We're actually partnering with Radford University. We've got their professors coming in, working with our sixth grade teachers. We'd actually rolled it out in our sixth grade right before COVID, and we're getting ready to roll it to seventh grade. When COVID hit, we just didn't have the human capacity to do that and navigate hybrid learning for the first time. So what we're doing this year is we're kind of relaunching to make sure we have fidelity in the sixth grade. So we've got Radford professors working with our teachers on a regular basis at all 5 of our middle schools. Next year, we'll move it into the 7th grade. One of the things we've also done is we're actually paying it, and I think we've got 10 Roanoke County middle school teachers right now that are taking a literacy teaching reading class through Radford University we're offering here at central office. So they come in once a week. They're meeting with our teachers, so we are putting some resources into that, and know that's an area that we want to continue to grow in and build up our teachers and their ability
Yeah.
to work through those things. A reading specialist would take it that next step.
I'm glad to hear you're partnering with Radford too. That's great.
All right. We do have a new assessment right now that we're learning about. IXL's not new, but there's a diagnostic assessment that's part of that. We've done our fall testing, which essentially gave us nothing. It gave us our baseline. But we have no comparison now to make against the baseline. So basically in about a week, we're going to start having additional data now on the growth in the math diagnostic IXL. And hopefully that will give us an idea on their math skills and how they're growing, similar to the way a Lexile would grow in the reading. And so, like I said, we're going to have additional data as we move on. Right now, that we only have the floor. We don't have anything after that. So that's relatively new. We wanted to just go over the intervention process, some of which we've mentioned, and I'm not gonna try to belabor too much of this. But I do want you to know that in Roanoke County, we've got a fairly set process that's honed over the course of decades, actually, in terms of what our process is for intervention. we can always improve it, certainly, and we try to do that year to year. But we have certain expectations, and I think it's important for you guys to know the expectations. One, we track the achievement data over time at the individual student level. Schools need to know how every student's progressing so we don't miss a kid, so we don't miss the needs of a student. We intervene at the teacher level for students who need short-term remediation. When Dr. Nicely talked about the RTI pyramid, essentially, that's the bottom of the pyramid. Those are the students that, for the most part, good instruction and individual help by the teacher can do a lot. The ones who need more than that go into school-based remediation, and the schools have these PLC meetings where they get together and look at the data, determine who needs that extra step, who needs that beyond the teacher remediation, and then they set up long-term remediation for them there. And even beyond that, we might get into child study, or if that's not working, we might monitor and adjust and try something new. So they have to analyze their progress data, monitor the effectiveness of their interventions, have regular meetings and to adjust. And at the central office level, they're going to be collaborating with us to say, okay, well, this particular grade level is a hot grade level for us. We need extra help in this grade level. I'm going to need to do some after school maybe at this, at your school wide. Provide us with the funds, provide us with extra resources, and we go from there. Whether it be adding after school, which we've been doing in several situations, whether it be adding additional remedial funds. For one of our schools, it's been printing flashcards for the students and, using our print shop up here to do that and bring central office resources to bear on that. Now, in terms of our role, which is mainly the three of us and Beth Harmon in special ed, monitor student data throughout the year. So we really do try to monitor it as closely as we can up here. Every time new data comes in, we're trying to dive deep into it and make sure that we provide adequate tools at the school level, develop and share achievement reports. So I run a bunch of reports for the schools, changes a little bit every year based on our needs. We meet with school administration regularly to review school achievement data, and that's not necessarily trying to be a gotcha. But basically, it's one of those, it's one of those situations where, we want to have a collaborative relationship with the schools and make sure that they know that there's support to bring in if they need it. And also expertise, because sometimes the principal role, they're making a lot of decisions, and it's a lonely, lonely job when you're running a school by yourself. And having people to come in and bounce ideas off of is a really powerful thing. So it's helpful. We identify the areas of concern around the division. Right now, I can tell you all three of us, have in our mind, these are the places that, that in the division, we know we're watching closely. We know that this particular grade level at this particular school has needs that nobody else has. And so, all of us, here have a common understanding of where those are and are, working to try to address those in collaboration with the principal. But then we do that every year. It's, what are the, where are the areas that, whether it be, it's a tough group of kids or whether it be a new teacher that's struggling. Sometimes it's a situation where, there's a long-term sub in there, and they need additional support because the instruction's not where we want it to be. But we follow the data, and we're right there to make sure that something's happening, rather than just let things languish. And obviously maintain our standards and our expectations. Now, in terms of current supports that are out there, some of these are new, some of these are normal. The 11 full-time remedial teachers hired to assist with elementary remediation, that's been a game changer. Absolutely crucial to have in the schools. The return of reading specialists, again, crucial. Reading specialists had to get pulled in last year to provide virtual instruction. And like I said, we had, at the beginning of the year, somewhere in the neighborhood of 3,500 kids fully virtual. And so providing that instruction, we needed extra people. Expanded funds for tutoring, we've done that. PALS literacy tutors in grades K through 3, at least, sure.
One more, I'm sorry to interrupt, but, and this may sound silly, but again, given that 3rd to 5th gap, what about PALS literacy tutors for 4 and 5?
We have remediation tutors that work with them.
Okay.
Because PALS funding only goes through K through 3.
Right, but I
And-
mean, I understand that piece, but I'm just thinking, so if we have the remediation, I'm just thinking we carry that forward even.
Yes, sir.
Just because of the, you know what I mean, just because of the,
What the schools usually do, because PALS money is state money and it's designed for K-3 literacy, they take the state money and pump it to the K-3 literacy, and then they take the local money, and that's more of the, that handles the other stuff.
oh, okay, gotcha.
One more question. So I know that we're short on subs. Are we having to pull some of these specialists to substitute when we're short?
What they've been doing is, all the schools have at times faced issues with subs. And so what they've done is to make sure that they're not using the same person over and over, is they do like a rotation schedule. So that way, at least if you've been pulled today, you wouldn't be pulled again tomorrow. It may be another week or so before you be pulled again. What they do try to do is they try to protect those times of those specialists that they have, because we do know that they're working with those kids to provide the remediation and tutoring, but we have had to pull them at different times.
I will say that, you all allowing us to raise our sub pay dramatically, at the end of first
Principals
semester,
are raving about
as well as
Yes.
doing that dedicated sort of, we call them permanent subs for each school, has really, that's something that you let us go ahead and pull the trigger on after the school year started. That's made a world of difference as far as, trying to alleviate some of those issues. Because you're
Yeah.
exactly right, beginning of the year, that was a daily
September,
occurrence.
October, that really slowed down our remedial efforts. Now, it's not much of it's not a massive factor like it was. Things have really improved greatly. So I'm very pleased about that. So basically, we've got some momentum right now. So we've got before and after school remedial programs in a lot of schools, kind of school to school, has different philosophies on that. Title I teachers supporting those areas. So basically, Title I schools have additional staff that comes from federal money. We've used Title III money, federal money, to increase tutoring for our Ls, our English language learners. Algebra readiness tutors in the middle and high schools coming, for math remediation. And those are full-time people. Those are people that are are coming in and doing a lot of work there. Robust and lengthier summer intervention programs that they were just talking about. That's planned for next year, but we had more robust programs last year as well, including transportation, which is something we typically don't offer. And then we're currently exploring or in progress some additional online tutoring options, and we've also we've asked for additional federal funds. Those federal funds are starting to come in, or at least we're starting to hear back on some of those, and we're trying to figure out what that's going to be able to provide us right now. We're in process on that. So I do think we're going to see some expansion on the remedial side this year and next year and the year after, actually, through some of the grant money. And exactly what that is right now is what we're trying to figure out. I think that in the next week or so, we're going to be farther along on that.
Did you do online tutoring summer program last summer, or is this a new thing you're looking at?
Online tutoring. Okay, so the summer intervention programs primarily are face-to-face.
But
That's
it says additional online tutoring options. Is that
okay.
for your summer
So
program?
meaning adding. I'm sorry, it's really not additional to it. You're right. It's probably I was probably wrong on the semantics there.
Okay.
Yeah, we would probably be adding tutoring online.
So you are investigating that?
We are definitely investigating it. as far as where that goes, we'll see in the coming weeks.
I mean, I think there's some merit to it. That's
Yeah.
not something that typically, but you think about what works best for kids, the kids who can't stay right after school, where you might do that, you might need to do something later in the hours, weekends, what have you. I think it opens up some new possibilities, right, that may work well for certain kids.
Yeah. I
I've
think
been
it's a
in
great idea.
contact recently with in the last day or two, with school divisions that are, in Virginia, that are offering some online tutoring programs and trying to get a feel for how they're using them and, what's effective, what's not effective from their perspective.
That's great. That's good to hear.
All right. So right now, these are our sort of current challenges. None of these challenges are insurmountable, but I did want to let you know sort of, I don't want to paint the rosiest picture in the world. I do want to tell you that there are some challenges out there. In first semester, Mr. Hudson was mentioning here, some of our remediators were being pulled to cover classes. That has improved greatly. So I would say that at the beginning of the year, that was probably one of my number one concerns. I would say that's not a number one concern right now. Difficulty finding qualified remediators. Some of the schools were slower filling their remedial staff than they normally would have been. So maybe a month into school, some of those schools were still trying to say, I've got remedial money, I just need the right person. And so by and large, most of those schools have the remedial people in place. There's still schools that have, pretty significant funds that even want to bring in more now. And so we continue to look for that.
So when you're looking for remediators, and this may be a silly question, but it came up in conversation earlier today with some folks. They have to have a teaching certificate for remediation, and here's where I'm going. So there are some folks that retire early. There are some folks that have degrees not in teaching, that have situational opportunities that they want to continue to work, IAs, whatever, but they really don't want to, in this case, want to be pulled from class to class, go sit and watch Johnny over here and go, do whatever, and then, maybe pulled over, but they want to contribute, and that's one of the ways I could see some of these folks could contribute, but they may not have teaching certificates, but they may have the skills necessary to help in remediation in certain facets.
A large percentage of our remediators, particularly at the elementary level, do not have a teaching degree necessarily. Some of them have had degrees that have lapsed. Like you said, a lot of them, they left to have a kid, and they stayed home with their kid while their kid was young, and now their kids are back in school age, and they're coming back to us part-time for remediation. That's really, really common. Retirees are very common as remediators, probably our most common. That we have lost a bunch of our retirees that we would normally have simply because they're older, significantly older than our staff, and they're thinking, oh my gosh, I just don't want to get sick.
Right.
And so we're having some of that. And but we do have folks who have knowledge in the content area and to work well with kids coming in and doing remediation. Again, it's got to be the right fit. Not everybody works great with kids, and not everybody sort of understands school, and how it works.
But I think that's important to know, because there may be a certain part of our population that would be interested in, even if it, in some cases it may be voluntary. They just want to be involved or to do.
Yeah,
good
we've
work.
had some great remediators that were from the business world. I mean, we've had CEOs of companies that have retired and come and, they're wealthy. They don't need the money, but they just want to
Right.
give back.
Well, and I don't know how you get that message out there, but I think that's a message that needs to be born because I think there are people that would be interested in doing that.
Yeah, and a lot of what we see is, the principals are sort of our, the principals are our biggest asset here, and really the teachers themselves in terms of networking. Because if a teacher knows of somebody that would be good, or if the principal meets a parent that they think might be good, a lot of times the principal brings those in, and they say, hey, you've got this some experience in education, or you've got a certain content knowledge that we need, and the principals are good at roping them in.
Okay, so
Yeah.
they can,
I mean, is it, a lot of those folks are working right now, but that is the way we get probably the majority.
Okay,
is,
good to know.
is within their own community. A lot of remediators come from the community of that particular school.
okay.
Okay, so we mentioned the reluctancy because it's, health-related concerns. You're not going to ever change that. That is what it is. Staff and student absences. We are seeing a very high rate of student absences this year. If you take out the kids that are coded because of COVID quarantines, we're probably double right now in terms of student absences than we would be on a normal year. And part of that simply is the kid has a cough, and normally the kid would just come to school. And now they're not. They're being told not to. And that's not necessarily being coded as a COVID absence, but, we're there, it's folks are being cautious.
You get looked at like you got 3 heads.
Exactly. You don't want to cough in class. Believe me, you don't want to cough in class.
That's right. Coughing's out.
Coughing is verboten. Yes, it's so. So anyway, it.
Ben,
does,
can I follow up with
sure.
that? You brought that up, and this has been on my mind. Do you send out the letters? Does that come from your office if a kid has missed so many days of
It
school?
does not. You
does
would
that
probably
come from?
address
It
that
starts,
better.
it's, well, either one of you, but they start off at the school level.
Okay.
So, each area has a school social worker that works, meets periodically with either the principal or assistant principal, whichever one's charged to look at that. Guidance counselors, I'm sorry, school counselor, I used the wrong word.
Yeah, well, I used it too really.
So that's a regular meeting that happens. They look at the list, generated to absences. The way it's generally done is, if a student was out because they had, a tonsillectomy, so you know why they're out, right? You don't send letters to them because, but other ones, it starts with a 5-day letter, then the next group is a 10-day letter, and then after that, what happens is you have a student support meeting with, again, the resort school, try to find out what's going on, and if parents aren't engaged with that, we've added an intermediate step, which is they reach out to Ms. Wimbush, who's over the social workers now, with our part of our engagement process, and she'll reach out to the parents at that point and say, look, the school asked you to come to a support meeting, you didn't come, you need to go. So we'll get more parents in from that, and then after that, if their absences continue, then it's reported to court services
Okay.
for intervention there.
The reason why I'm asking is, as things progress, and hopefully we're at the end of all this COVID stuff, and we are encouraging kids to stay home if they have a sore throat, I think parents, if they do get a letter, we might need to think about that letter that we're sending out, because those kids are maybe staying home, they're doing self-assessments, and this is something we should talk about at some level.
It's a balance, right?
Yeah, it's a balance,
Because
so-
you want to be understanding.
Right.
That's like, we still have in our policy, we're supposed to award for perfect attendance,
Mm-hmm.
right? Well, I remember being a middle school principal and thinking, let's dial that back because you don't don't
Right.
want students
I just want to
come-
make sure we do strike that balance, so we
Right.
need to have that
That's
conversation
right.
at some point.
And that's where the social workers, the principals need to know the family, what's going on. Is it really truly there's legitimate reasons for this, or is it somebody who's maybe taking advantage and falling through the cracks? That's what we don't want to have.
Well,
happen.
I'm also concerned that these letters go out, and then the parents look at it and say, oh, shoot, I just got this letter. You had a sore throat, I kept you home. Now we're in trouble. Next time you have a sore throat, you're going to school. And
It's a balance, yeah.
so,
Yeah, my child's elementary principal used to actually take each of those, and she would write, I know your child had, the flu.
Right.
Literally handwrite it on the form, just, to soften it a little bit, because, you're probably, that language can be a
the
little tough.
language is tough. Yeah, I've gotten a couple of them. Oh, shoot.
And sometimes it's just an awareness thing that starts off with that, because sometimes as a parent, gosh, you don't realize just how many days it's been,
Yeah.
so.
One thing, by the way, Tammy was telling me earlier, Tammy Newcomb was telling me earlier, was that we're having a lot of kids out who are having surgery, where they have to quarantine for 4 days prior to surgery. So they're perfectly well. They're just going in and having something done on their knee or something, but 4 days out of school because of the surgery. And you're hoping it doesn't get canceled. She was telling me about one student, they went 4 days, surgery got canceled, now they gotta do 4 more
One
days.
more.
Yeah. Balancing, and the other one is just balancing those long-term remedial needs with new learning. That's where I don't want to burn, our kids who are already struggling with school, I need to infuse, the learning that they need. And also they've got they've got all the new learning. We don't want them we don't want them to lose, to fall even farther behind. But at the same time, I don't want to burn them out either. Because we can burn our kids to the crisp if we want. And so there's a balance there that sometimes can slow us down, but in the end, if we burn them out, they're going to hate school forever. And so, trying to come up with that balance is tricky. Trying to make sure we don't pull them out of the classes they love, that sort of thing. That's all a balancing act. And we hopefully get that right more than we get wrong. Those are the current challenges that we're running into. But so right now, I feel like my crystal ball is a little cloudier on the math than I'd like it to be. I'd like to have a little more data on the math side. I feel like we're seeing good progress behind the scenes on the reading. And I feel like we're going to see some additional supports be added. I don't think I'm ready to say this is what the new supports will be, but I think we're going to see some additional supports beyond what we've done added. Mike?
Got a question. On your review of the data, you said you gauge if school's falling behind or a certain area is falling behind. How often are you getting in the data? Are you waiting a semester, which is a long time? How long are you waiting on the data?
I can say as soon as the data comes in, we get in it. Like, we just finished up the formative assessment 2 at the middle school level, 2 weeks ago? And we've already been in contact with some schools. Before we even had the individual meetings with schools, when you see red flags pop up, you reach out. Literally, almost immediately, you would reach out and say, hey, we want to make sure you're aware of this. How can we support you? What types of things do we need to bring to bear to work through this?
And I think I can even give more detail there. Most of our schools meet with either their grade level teams or their subject area teams about every 2 weeks on the data.
Right.
So a principal at a school should be, within 2 weeks of a student having, significant concerns, within 2 weeks they should know about it. And that 2 week cycle goes over and over again. So that, they should be able to monitor after they are firstly identified. They should be able to monitor that. Now, in terms of the tools that we have, it depends on the tool as to how often we get the data in. For the things like reading, we typically do it 3 times a year, where you'll do beginning, middle, end to track it over the course of multiple years. Beginning, middle, end. Whereas a student, though, who's in intervention, we'll actually do that reading assessment just on those students more often. So in other words, we'll do all students periodically, but some students that are already identified, we're going to test them monthly, for example, and see the growth and see if we need to monitor and adjust. Also, some of the benchmark tests that we give, for example, math in secondary, it's after each 9 weeks. At the elementary level, it's twice a year, but they're kind of at kind of weird times. It's like a November and then a late January time, which gives us essentially a picture of the early fall, a picture of the mid-year, and by that point, it's get us to the end after that. And but I would say every month or so, some big new piece of data for all kids is coming in. And it's just a matter of what that data is. Some months are heavier than others. Like, we're in a heavy month right now in new data because it's the middle of the year.
Thank you, guys. Tremendous amount of work, I'm sure. But absolutely, we're only as good as you guys, and y'all are amazing.
Yeah,
So
we're only as good as the people at the schools.
Well, our teachers are, you guys know that, you've been out in the buildings, our teachers are fantastic.
Absolutely.
So, do everything we can to support them. All right, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Ben, if I may, just real quick.
Sure.
I know you gave accolades earlier to the school board and administration, and then teachers were third. Teachers deserve about 95 or more percent of that credit, and the administration 4, and the school board had, other than 7 in school, 5 days a week, had very little to do with it. Our teachers were, what they handled through COVID and when those festivals, shifted.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to
Made
reiterate
the right
that.
call. It was the teachers that deserve all the credit because they were the ones on the front line getting it done every day.
Absolutely agree.
There's a lot of teachers that lesson plan until midnight. That is real. Trying to come up with, 6 hours of lesson plans every day of your life is, that's a lot of work.
And to be creating 2 lesson plans.
And, yeah.
One for online, one for virtual. I mean,
what they had to
it was
last year.
double the
Mhm.
work. They had
And to
double
be
the work.
creative, interesting, to meet the needs of every individual kid. Yeah, it's a lot of work.
Let's all remember
Well
that when we go into this a little bit later discussion.
All right, thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Yep, next up, 2.02, discussion of bus driver shortage. Mr. Bradshaw, Mr. Lowe.
Hi, good afternoon.
Thank you, Ben.
Chuck, you drive it obviously from up there, is that correct?
Right there.
Thank you. Right, there we go. Okay, just to give you kind of a brief update of where we are. We currently have 153 daily routes, bus drivers. We have 16 full-time bus drivers, and right now we don't have any vacancies on those. I will tell you, this was as of 1/31. We actually have a vacancy that just is coming available, so we had one resign on us. So we do have one that I'm not sure when it's coming. It's either this week or next week. So that is an update. We have 139 part-time bus drivers with 12 vacancies right now. That's the highest we have seen. Honestly, that's the highest I can remember seeing in a long time. We were sitting at about 5 to 7, which was manageable. Now we're getting where it's becoming much more
This
difficult.
actually shocked me because it hadn't been on our radar. I hadn't
Me
heard
too.
anything about it.
It's across the state.
Oh, 100%.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
it's
always
just
been
not us.
across the state, but
But
we had,
this level.
But normally
We had
not us.
actually-
You're right, Mr.
right, we had
Greenwood. Yeah.
actually solved the problem there for a little bit.
I truly, when I pulled these numbers, I was expecting to get the 5 to 7 and try to figure out, okay, well, why are we having issues with 5 to 7? Because we've been able to manage it. But then when all of a sudden the transportation department gave us 12, it really kind of brought light to this. So that is higher than what we've ever seen, at least recently that I remember.
Are you just not getting the people to apply, or you just?
Correct.
They don't want to, or what?
We're just not seeing the applicants right now that we typically see. Normally, we have 3 to 4 substitute bus drivers, and so if somebody would either leave us or go out on medical or something like that, we're able to plug those holes. We're just not, we don't have that right now, if you will. It's just not there. Our bus aides are actually in pretty good shape. We have 39 current positions, and we have 39 bus aides running. We do have one vacancy that we run, but it's on a one-to-one basis, so basically that's not needed every day. We fill in as needed when we have that need. We do have 9 total technicians. We have a lead and 8 technicians. We do have one vacancy in a technician spot that's happening tomorrow. As a matter of fact, is their last day, so that'll be vacant. We have 5 lot attendants, and we have one vacancy in the lot attendant position right now.
Technicians, are those the mechanics? Or
Correct.
Okay. So for Brent and Cheryl, what happens is when we have vacancies, they step in to drive the buses.
You're gonna see
which
that on the
means-
next slide,
Which means
yeah.
then, we don't have somebody to do the work on the buses because they're out driving.
That's correct.
And of course, it's also true of the lot attendants as well as the supervisors, Mr. Hubbard, Ms. King,
Wear
all
multiple
hands
hats.
on deck.
Yep. And then on a daily average, we're seeing about 7 of our drivers that are out due to medical or on COVID leave or something like that. We do have an aging population of bus drivers, so we have some that might have a knee replacement, if you will, or something like that. So they're out for a time. And of course, that puts a constraint on us as well. Here's what you're talking about, Mr. Greenway, the ones that have to drive for us. These are the ones driving daily. We have our lead technician. He's pretty much driving every day. We have 4 technicians that have their license. They're driving every day. 4 lot attendants that are driving every day. Our route manager, our 2 supervisors, Dr. Nicely just stated. We actually have 2 teachers that are driving for us right now, covering our 7 a.m. runs going to Burton. And Kathy and Jerry, Mr. Hubbard, Ms. King have combined 8 bus routes to try to make this possible and to cover our kids getting back and forth to school. So they're being very creative as well.
Has that been appealing to the teachers?
I don't know. I think they're doing it because they want to help. And I know we are paying them extra to do that, but I don't know the answer to that. I just know that they've stepped up.
overlap.
It's a good
and if
point, Mike.
Yeah.
I know one of them that does it, but obviously the afternoon, I don't know that there's a way to.
Correct.
I don't know if you could get I mean, it's crazy. Could you get a substitute for like the last class and let him, if that was something he wanted to do, or, to try and encourage a few teachers? I don't know. It's a
Problem
tough-
with that,
Yeah.
we probably could do something, but then you're going right back to the discussion that we
Yeah,
just here for an hour talking about with the instruction. You hate to pull
Yeah,
a
that's
qualified
right.
teacher out of the
That's right.
classroom. So I don't think that's a great idea.
No.
Maybe on an emergency situation, a day that something comes up, we may be able to do that, but
Yeah.
But wouldn't you have drivers that may want to do an afternoon rather than
Mm-hmm.
morning? I mean, I don't know. Could you split it where,
we absolutely can. Yeah, and they have been creative with that in the past. Yeah, we've had people that only drive in the morning, and we have somebody else that only drives in the afternoon.
Okay.
I don't know if we have that going on right now, because it depends on the personnel and what they're willing to do, but we offer that if they can do it. Yeah. We do have one technician, so only had 4 up there driving. One doesn't have their CDL, they're working on it, getting their CDL license, so they're gonna be put in the mix of driving. Because as you know, that's a long process to get your CDL put you through. But we do have one technician that does step in as a bus aide for us when we're short on those, because they don't have their CDL, so they become a bus aide. They fill in every way they can. When I was talking to Jerry, I think the other day, he said our bus drivers have stepped up unbelievably. I mean, they're doing anything they can to help out and run these double runs or do the coverages. So the people that we have, goes right back to being like our teachers, all of our employees in Roanoke County they're amazing right now, what they're doing. I mean, we hear horror stories across the state and of course the nation. We're still very fortunate, so.
and we're
I
still
can't-
paying for the CDL license?
Correct, we pay for that, correct. So these are our coverage concerns. When we have this, it kind of touch base on the technicians. I think one of y'all said that may have been you, Mr. Greenway, that when they're driving a bus, they're not able to fix the bus. We have actually had 3 of our technicians resign this year because we hired them to be a technician, to work on the buses, and they end up having to drive all the time, and if you will, that's not what they signed up for, so they've left us. We have routes, as I mentioned earlier, they're being combined. The problem with that is sometimes our students are arriving 5 to 10 minutes late because we have to go back and pick them up. Of course, that's not counted against the student. Same thing on the flip side, when they have to be picked up late in the afternoon at school, sometimes they have to wait 5 to 10 minutes so we can run a quick route to go drop off a bunch of kids and then swing back if you want to pick up the rest of them and then finish the route. Our supervisor and route managers, we talked about that. They're just not able to perform a lot of their job, normal day responsibilities or answer emergencies or things like that because they're on a school bus. And then the other issue that we're seeing is our drivers not being willing to drive or we don't have enough that can drive our extracurricular activities, sporting events, things like that. We currently pay $12 an hour, which honestly is too low.
Peanuts.
It has not been adjusted in a long time. And I'll explain here a little bit. The problem with raising that rate is that cost goes back to the individual school. So when you raise that rate, and I'll show you something here in a little bit about going to a possible $20 an hour, which we think would encourage more to drive and be able to get those in, that's about an $8,000 hit to each high school of what they have to pay out of pocket per high school. So we would have to fix that,
We have a
right?
lot of money sitting in those accounts.
Yeah,
I know they're all earmarked, but,
sure.
we all want these sports and stuff, and band and everything.
Yeah, Mr. Hartness helped us with that figure because we wanted to kind of give some perspective of what does that look like since it does come out of there. So these are definite concerns we have with the coverage that we've got going on right now. Currently, just so you know, something we've done to recruit and retain drivers. Last year, I believe it was, we moved all drivers and aides to a minimum of 5 hours, which of course helped their daily rate pay. And that really has been, our drivers are very thankful for that. Provide all drivers with full-time benefits. You recall we did that last year and made that. We did not see the bang for our buck, if you will, what we thought we were going to get. We've truly have only had 15 of our drivers opt into benefits. So out of our 139 part-time drivers, well, only 15 of those took benefits. And again, I think that comes back to our aging population where some of them already have benefits. We're still hopeful that this is going to help us recruit some of the younger drivers or people that want to make this a career or things like that or supplement their career to do that. But right now, we're just not seeing a huge number of those. We did increase the starting salary to $16.96, so you multiply that by 5. Our daily rate is very competitive, and I'll show you that on another slide. And just also say, we do not have very many drivers that start at that level. We do everything we can to try to find experience or anything to calculate to get them up above that, absolutely. Things we've done in the past, we've paid retention and signing bonuses. Y'all remember we did that a few years ago. And we actually paid a recruitment bonus at one time. When I first came to Roanoke County, they did a recruitment bonus where basically if you recommended a driver, got him into driving, then you would get paid for recruiting that driver once they did a certain amount of time. And again, I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. What we've done to advertise to try to get bus drivers. Currently, all of our jobs are posted on the website. We advertise on Facebook. Thanks to Mr. Lineberger. He's fantastic at making sure we have all that information out there on our Facebook and make it as marketable as possible. We have buses parked in high traffic areas. You probably see that with big banners on the side that say, please become a bus driver. We have magnets placed on a lot of our county vehicles we made a couple years ago, just advertising bus drivers. Please, come help us. And then a lot of our bus drivers, and Ms. King, I know for sure, or Mr. Hubbard, they really do a lot with word of mouth. They hand out flyers in churches. They do things like that just to try to get the word out that we need bus drivers. Things we tried last year and within the past 2 years, we did an electric billboard campaign, if you remember, and that was costing us almost $3,000 a month. We did that for 2 months. We advertised on 5 billboards around the county. We put up that when we were giving our signing bonuses and retention bonuses and things like that. We also included things like our HVAC. I think if you remember, we did some of those. We truly don't know what kind of return on investment we got out of that, because coupled with that was our signing and retention bonus. So we don't know if it was because of the bonus or was because of the advertising. The next bullet, where we did our digital advertising campaign with WDBJ7, and to no fault of theirs, they were fantastic. We were paying $3,000 a month for that. We did it for 4 months, total $12,000, just flooding the social media markets and everything we could do to try to advertise for bus drivers. Unfortunately, with that $12,000 investment, we did not get one single bus driver. So obviously we've pulled that. We no longer are doing that.
So we know our return on that investment.
We do know our return, and it did not work. And again, that was no fault of WDBA7. They were fantastic.
Sure.
I mean, they were doing everything they could do. They were giving us a lot of leads. Just none of the leads worked out where they could even get their CDL or come work
But to the
for us.
point about the benefits, you got 15 that are taking them, right?
Mm-hmm.
What if you didn't have those? See where we'd be?
Yeah.
So I disagree a little bit with the benefit deal, because I think it did make a big difference, because
Well, I think it will too. I mean, I don't
Yeah.
say we don't want to
Yeah.
go away from it, because I really think the more,
Yeah.
it was new. Last year, sometimes that first year you don't get as many as you think. And I do
Right.
can see it. I think it's going to grow. And we had 3 of our aides, I think, that took it as well. So, job fair specifically for bus drivers for recruitment, we've done those. And we've also advertised on school electronic signs. Sometimes you'll drive around and our principals are great, and you'll see, nutrition workers needed or bus drivers needed and stuff like that. It's a free advertisement. We put them on the digital signs, and principals have been fantastic working with us on that. Surrounding division comparison, we wanted to see where we were compared to everybody else. And honestly, we really are doing a good job. I put us at the top so you could see our hourly rates are starting in our top, and then the contracted hours per day. Our minimum daily rate, if you look at that, except for Montgomery County, the thing came out where Montgomery County is now paying their bus drivers $20 an hour. They only pay them for 4.25 hours. So for a daily rate, we pay $84.80 to start. They pay $85 to start. So we're 20 cents off with that.
That's very competitive.
It is. And as I said, we don't start there very often at all. We really do everything we can. Our upper rate, we're very competitive again, except for Botetourt. They seem to have a much higher upper rate, but it takes a good while for our bus drivers to get there. And you look at benefits, you can see that. VRS, you can see that. And
plus
then,
those routes for Botetourt, some of these
Oh, my.
outlying, I
Yeah.
mean, they're forever.
They are. Yeah, they are. And some of the roads they have to travel aren't nearly as good as the roads we.
Right.
Yeah. And so we also wanted to compare what sick and personal days we do. What we give our drivers is 4.5 sick days and 1 personal day. And you can see that might be something that we might want to look at moving forward as a budget, but that would be a budgetary thing because there are a few divisions, I'll use Botetourt for example, they give 9 sick and 2 personals. We consider our bus drivers still part-time, even though we get benefits, and so our policy is part-time, you get 4.5 hours, where if we change that, we'd give them 9. So those are just some things that maybe if I was looking at this chart, that might be something that we could consider down the road. Suggestions to consider. A retention bonus, of course, that's $1,000. What we did in the past was, or it might be $1,000 paid to our drivers, and I would recommend we would do that probably twice a year if we ever decide to go this route again. Is you pay $1,000 total, but $500 at the end of semester 1, $500 at the end of semester 2 instead of all up front. Signing bonuses. I stole this model, but I really like it because we know when we have to pay for our CDL or for our drivers to obtain a CDL, that's a cost to the county, and it takes a lot longer for them to start driving. So if we brought in somebody with no experience, you could do a signing bonus of $1,000. Basically, that would be paid to them after they get their CDL and they work for 90 days for us. $1,500 if they get a CD, or if they come in with a CDL, and then after 90 days of driving, they would get that bonus. And then for our bus aides, just to try to keep them, make sure we stay full. Right now, we don't have any spots. We have that one vacancy, which is more of a part-time and not really a critical fill right now. But you could pay them $500. A recruitment bonus. This is a change. We used to do a recruitment bonus only to bus drivers, which that made no sense to me because honestly, I'll use Mr. Lowe. If he can recruit a bus driver and get them in, it doesn't matter where they come from or who recruits them. We want to incentivize people to get that word out there. We need bus drivers. So we could possibly do a recruitment bonus that basically would pay to the employee that recruited the bus driver once that bus driver completed training and worked for us for 30 days. Again, these are just suggestions. They can all be tweaked. A perfect attendance bonus, we've tried to do that in the past. That would be a difficult one right now, obviously, with COVID, because it's kind of like what Mr. Riley, I think, was saying with the attendance for students. A safety bonus, one of the divisions are doing this. Basically, if a driver goes all year long without any incidents, we give an extra $100 as a bonus. That's just a thought. You could do something like that. Of course, I talked about the increase in field trip rate to $20 an hour, which I do think would be a big impact, but it would also impact our schools' budgets. And then continue doing open houses, job fairs, things like that that are targeted to bus drivers. So these are a lot of things that we could do. We know right now, all of a sudden, after I've run these numbers, with the immediate need that we have, I think we need to do something because we can't afford to keep going the wrong direction this year. We're going to be in trouble. Our transportation department is doing a great job surviving, but I think if they keep getting the constraints that are going on, it's going to be really difficult. So if staff had to recommend something that we could implement immediately, it would be the signing bonus and recruitment bonus. Because we know we have at least 13 positions right now that we could do that, and we could handle that cost for this year without impacting the budget. And then if we want to do something budgetarily wise later, we could certainly do that. But that would be something we could do.
Question? Yeah, go ahead.
Why would you just have 30 days when you recruit somebody and not the 90 days?
That can certainly be changed. Any way the board sees to
No, I'm
change
just
that.
asking you. I didn't know how you determined the 90
My
days.
thought
of course.
was, that's more, if Mr. Lowe recruits me to drive, he only has so much control about once I get in, I've gone through the process and I'm driving. He's done his job, which basically gets me to that point. So after 30 days, he would get the bonus. Where if I'm getting the bonus as a signing bonus that you're going to actually pay me extra, then I think it makes it more meaningful that I'm here longer. That was my only thought behind that. But it could certainly be tweaked because one is basically paid to the driver, one is being paid to the person who got that driver in the door. That was my reasoning for
Certainly an
that.
incentive, but, I'm just questioning how you came about the 30 days.
That was the only reason I put the 30 days on there, because it wasn't actually being paid to the driver. It kind of gets out of Mr. Lowe's hands, if you will, once I start to drive and have gone through the training. Yeah. But I've obviously completed the process, because now I am truly driving, and I've been there for a full month after getting my CDL off to that stuff. But again, that can certainly be changed, Mr. Ray.
Thank you.
So,
Can I start?
first, go ahead, Dave.
Okay. If we look at bus capacity numbers, are we, if we've got a 70 or 75 seat bus, how many buses, I know you mentioned we have combined 8 routes. What kind of capacity on these buses do we currently have? And is there an ability, a possibility of combining more routes?
Can I address
Are
that?
any of our buses
Absolutely, 'cause I
only
can't.
bringing in 40 students when they could see 70? And I know middle of the year is probably not the best time to try to reroute buses and do things, but have we looked at the capacity of each bus or the different bus routes?
Yeah, that's a great question, Mr. Linden. You know, I think that's something we continue to evaluate. What you run into in terms of making that evaluation is travel time, because you know the longer those routes are strung out, in terms of when their first child is picked up and getting to school, and then same thing in the afternoon, is just trying to strike a balance, with our geography. So I mean, to your point, I think that's something definitely we want to continue to look at, but that is one of the balancing acts again that we have to look at when making those kind of decisions. But I mean, at the end of the day, if push comes to shove, if we still experience these problems, we might have longer travel time because that's what has to happen in order to transport. But just trying to strike that balance. So
Yeah, maybe some of the closer in routes that are, I mean, those I can understand the long routes, the ones that are going out to Catawba and up Bent Mountain and things like that. But some of
Franklin
those
County.
closer in, those buses are at 60% occupancy on a daily basis. Why not try to look at combining some of those routes?
yeah, you brought up a good point about outlying areas. The Bent Mountain routes, the Catawba routes. Those are actually in the mornings. The high schoolers, middle schoolers, and elementary all ride together in the morning. So we already, of course, do some of that. Of course, in the afternoon we have different dismissal times, which makes that a little different. But to your point and to your question, I think that's something we have to continue to evaluate and might be forced to do more of, even if we have longer routes, just because of that. I'd rather do that than outright cancel routes like some of our neighbors have had to do, because so far we've not had to cancel a route, but like some of our neighbors have had to do. So I'd rather have longer ones where we have to do what you're suggesting versus do that.
Yeah, that's a good suggestion, Dave. For how long does it take to get to CDL under our training?
30 days.
I think it is about
30.
30 days, because you have the book part of
So
it,
even
you
if
have
we
the
solve
hands-on.
this, we're probably
We are.
45 days out, whatever. What about the possibility of raising our full-time bus drivers? If you went from 16 to 20 or 24, would that help somewhat in alleviating, even if we incorporate some of what Mr. Linden said to make longer routes? If they're full-time, at least, there's a little bit of fruition there maybe that you could send,
Yeah,
work some
absolutely.
on.
And it definitely would, and I've heard Kathy King talk about that a couple times, about, if we could do that, it might help some alleviate the problems in the middle of the day, or you might be able to combine more routes, like Mr. Lynn was saying. I don't know the exact number that they think would be like the right number, the magic number for that, but I'm sure we could find that out, what she would think would be the best. And it certainly is, that's
But I
an
gotta
easy
believe
consideration.
that would be because I mean, a lot of these, and again, to that point, a lot of these, I can't imagine wanting to spend, 4 hours or getting paid for 4 hours. Really, you're taking up the whole day anyway.
Right.
So if we could convert maybe 16 to 24 full-time, maybe that would help alleviate some of the part-times that we need, but also go into that idea of, I don't know how, incentivizing retention bonuses, or if you think about, look, we'll take you for the morning route, or we'll take you for the afternoon route. Somebody that works, 7 to 3, well, I guess they couldn't do it, but, somebody that works during the day or in the morning might be willing to do an afternoon shift, for.
How many folks do you have that are part-time would want to be full-time, though? That's the bigger question.
I don't have the
Have
answer
to
to that.
ask that, yeah.
Yeah, I would imagine if we opened it up, we'd probably have a number that would like to go full-time, because then it turns in, they get their VRS benefits, they get more things like that. I don't have that exact number, but I really think it would benefit. I just don't know. Again, we wouldn't want I wouldn't want to say let's convert them all over, because then you don't have the need.
No, I
for
get it.
all.
No,
But yeah, there's got to be that
realize,
balance.
But if you
Right.
did some of them,
Sure.
to Mr. Hudson's point of custodial, you know, and when they're full-time, I mean, there's more ownership, I think,
Sure.
too. Just a suggestion.
Yeah, I'll ask Kathy to see if she can kind of give us an idea what that might look like, because, like I said, I do think it would help.
Or what would be the cost, would be important to know if we had that.
Well, that's easy to figure. I can certainly figure
Yeah.
that as we take them from a 5-hour to.
Versus doing a signing
Correct.
bonus,
Yeah,
what's a
and
better option?
And if there's not objection, we know we can afford, we know we've got, what, 13 openings right now, so just calculate what a signing bonus would be for those. We know we can, you know, afford that. I mean, we've got means to do that. So if there's not objection, what we'd like to do for next week's meeting, bring this as an action item and ask for your approval for the signing bonus and the recruitment bonus idea.
Sure.
I mean, that seems like the easiest.
And do you
Hook
think
out
that's
and
enough? That would be my question.
Sorry.
I mean, is that enough to really
Well,
jumpstart?
I think it
Yeah.
it definitely helped us last time,
Okay.
so I do feel like that would certainly would help.
Mhm.
I really do. I think it would make a difference. You know, you hope. That's all you can do.
Sure,
is
sure.
Get somebody
I
working.
think
know,
the
it's a-
hourly would probably help the most. I mean, just-
Absolutely.
I would
Absolutely.
think that it would encourage people to want to work
Right.
for us, one, and two, like you said, work more hours.
And one of the things, Mr. Hudson, that you'll see, I think Ms. Pearson's going to present, obviously, is our budget kind of plan with the personnel side. And the support scale as well as the teacher scale, we've got to stay in line with what everything around us is going with the support scale. So not only which we've been great about taking care of our employees, you all have, as far as that, giving them steps and things like that, but we've always got to consider keep adjusting that scale, because that's how you get that bottom number to keep moving. It's the only way to do that, you know, so that is very important. Same thing with our teachers. I mean, it's, that's why I
asked
live
for
every
those.
day, yes, sir.
That's why I requested those numbers.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's-
I really like Brent's idea, or Mr. Hudson's idea here. You know, if we need to think about it, again, I still say that bus driver's the second most important person in this whole division, because they have to transport those kids, and, you know, we don't try to keep them at 20 or 20. They might have 60 or 70 kids at one time, and they're driving them and safely delivering, making sure a parent, I mean, we want
It's a
the right
challenging job.
people.
It's a very challenging job. If you've ever watched any of the bus videos, which I'm sure some of you have, the disciplinary, and it's amazing the things that the bus drivers have to deal with while they're driving. So it's
Yep.
A lot of
Good job.
responsibility.
it is that's a lot of responsibility, and it may not be appreciated, you know, by all. So it's
So are you
I'm good with the
okay with me
action item.
bringing these up in consent? Would you like?
No, it'll be an action item for next week's
Put it on
meeting.
action, okay. And just the two items, correct?
Yeah.
What
Thank
would
you.
you recommend a wage go up by?
well, I think it was 20 is what you were saying, correct?
Well, the
Well,
20 was
20
the, like, for extracurricular activities.
You're saying 24.
But I'd love to hear if we can make it an information item for next Thursday.
And
If Ms. King thinks going from 16 to 20 or 24 would help, or, you know, again, I just want to alleviate this, because I know, you know, to me, it's hugely important. But to your point, on the wage, I agree. You know, that's another facet that I'm not sure that the wage wouldn't mean a little more than the retention bonus.
And full-time as well, because like was mentioned earlier, we only have 15 people taking advantage of benefits that we have. So if we went full-time, not everybody's, like you said, we wouldn't need that many, but that may not interest people as much as just making that extra $6 or $7 an hour.
But with that, you're saying VRS and some of the other things that come along with full-time.
Sure.
Full-time, the only thing that
So
would
that-
really add would be the VRS and the extra hours per day, which,
Right.
of course, you know, when you add extra hours per day, it increases their daily rate, which encourages people to
Could you
stay.
look at the numbers and bring us that
Right.
information as well?
Yeah, I'll go with Ms. King and find out how many she feels like would be
the
a
full-
benefit to the
For
county
her
and not just,
full-time.
right.
Okay.
And then
And a cost.
that's it, the cost part is the easy part. If I
Yeah.
get the numbers, I can certainly make that.
And she may say that that's not, I can't imagine that, but she may say, hey, that really wouldn't benefit
I
us.
can see her giving me a number, just again,
Yeah.
what I've talked to her, somewhere between the 8 and 10 extra.
Sure.
And again, don't hold me to that, please. She may say, no, Jim, I don't know what you're talking about. We need 35 more.
Sure.
But that's just from what the conversations I've had over the past couple of years, just kind of seeing where
Okay.
she is.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to 2.03, project updates. Mr. Lowe?
Bring up the playground.
It's coming.
I'm gonna let Harley go over the playground updates first, if that's okay.
Yes, sir.
And that's on your board doc. Or appears.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Well, while they're pulling that up, I do have a bit of a historical summary in regards to the playground. Some time back, we really don't know when, but the methodology for identifying and selecting playground structures and components for replacement began with the intent to address 3 playground structures or components each fiscal year, which was a total of about $300,000. This was reduced to 1 playground component to be funded from CMP at $100,000. And so that has been the process to this point. And with the replacement criteria being what is the condition of the playground as we're doing the inspections and looking at it, as well as the age of the components. So currently between the 16 elementary level schools, there are 59 identified playground components.
So each school has more than one.
Correct.
16, 4 is 3, so 3 and 3.5 a school.
Well, and there are some that have more than that because of awards that they've received from different companies to be able to provide a playground. There are others that the playground information has just, the playgrounds have been there for quite some time.
I'll just jump in, just to get some more background information. You're exactly right. One reason a few years ago, we wanted to actually put in a replacement schedule for the playgrounds is because you had some schools, because you had a PTA that either fundraised and put in extra components, or like I'm looking at Bonsack being at the top of the list, I know for a fact because my kids went there, they always participated in the St. Jude's fundraisers every year, and that always generated funds that went into playgrounds and things like that. So you wound up with, some schools who did a lot based on those kind of fundraising, but until 2 or 3 years ago, we never had a replacement schedule to actually, at the division level, try to take care of those basic levels. Not that, if a school had fundraised and they had 5 something, okay, well, in terms of just trying to have some kind of equity or equality among the schools, what is that basic level that the district needed to make sure we're taken care of? So that's what led to this replacement plan.
And so, in talking with Kevin Burcham, and trying to get a really better idea of what's going on, what have we been doing in the past, we've come to realize that to follow the process that we are currently following, that the reality is it could be 50 years before playground components are really all replaced. It's expected that the playground components are going to last about 20 years. However, we know they're not going to last indefinitely. We've seen that at several locations through doing the inspections, that some of the components you just can't find replacements for because the company is no longer in business, or things have changed so much that you can't adapt them. So what we looked at, yeah, you guys go down to the bottom. Okay. We'll just go down to, so, yeah, we can go down to the bottom. Where's the rest of the screen? Go to the left. There we go, all right. So, what you can see on your board docs is the overall spreadsheet, but we, in 2021, we replaced components at Back Creek and Burlington. That was, especially due to COVID, we didn't have a lot going on with the playgrounds. And so those components have been replaced, and we looked at the dates and the, let's see if I can, the dates of some of these others and when they were installed. We have, I may have to decrease this just a bit. You can see that we have a priority list. That's as of January 19th of 2021, that
Which school you like? This is why I ask. It'd take a Philadelphia lawyer to figure out the spreadsheet. So,
well, this was showing what had been identified prior to my arrival with RCPS, the priorities, which you had 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, with the 1 being the number 1 priority, 0 not really being on the priority list because it was too new.
so that's what these numbers are.
And then, like number 2, what you can see here, and I'm looking more on the 119 column, that you see number 2 was Cave Spring, Fort Lewis was also in number 2, and then you had a component at Glen Cove. So on going down to the bottom now, because this is really where we are, is the replacement priorities. The components that are at Glenver Elementary, and I want to refer to my hard copy so we're not going back and forth so much, but at Glenver Elementary, we have a component that was installed in 1999.
Okay.
For the 20-year period, it would have been 2019. So we know we're already on that cusp of getting something replaced.
So has Glenver been replaced? It's 2019. What does that mean? Is it?
Well, 2019 means that it is 20 years old. That component is 20 years old.
So how do I know that from 2019?
The-
Let's see.
Well, if you, at the
I've
very
got
top of the
moved.
column, it says install plus 20, means that when it was installed in 1999,
Okay.
20 years into the future would be 2019.
So was it replaced in 2019?
It has not been replaced
Okay.
yet. The first priorities were
It needs to be done.
Back Creek and Burlington, so that's
Okay.
been addressed. So now we're trying to get back on the schedule. And so Glenver Elementary is next. Now, I do have, as of last week, we were trying to get scheduling with Mr. Johnson at Glenver Elementary, and we're meeting tomorrow to discuss his vision and scope of what he wants to utilize this funding for, and what is that going to get us. But also, in looking, we know that we have, Cave Spring has a component that's 1998. But through the inspection reports, it's in better condition than the playground that's at Fort Lewis. Fort Lewis is a 1995 dated install. And so what we're proposing is that instead of going with Cave Spring for the next round to prepare for, that we move to Fort Lewis. Now, there is also the opportunity, and we've got to see where we are financially, because some of these components are, they're not cheap. But what can we do to maximize our dollar so that we can spread that out to possibly get something at Fort Lewis and at Cave Spring? So those are some things that are in the works. We don't have answers for that.
So let me give a specific, because I hate to take everybody's time with this but so much, but I'm going to get to the point. So, but I want to just make sure I can't understand this thing. So 2028, W. Cundiff would be projected to be done. but it should be done this is kind of like our building structures, right? So is 2018 when it should be done, but 2028 is when you're projecting it to be done?
Specifically for Cundiff?
Yes. And that's only
Then
because I know.
That 1998
schools.
component, which is far left installed, would have been, 20 years would be 2018. So it's already beyond its 20-year lifespan that was anticipated.
And so we're looking at 2028,
Correct,
according to this schedule.
correct.
How much would it cost to get the playgrounds redone that you've identified on here? Is
Well,
that the 300,000 number? Is
That is, it's really questioning what we want to do with the playgrounds. What are we looking at? And
I'm lost on this.
one item that we have discovered and going through the playgrounds is that we have been using, number one, a wooden border to hold the playground mulch in place, which does not last very long. It also creates other issues with when it dries out because it's pressure treated. You get splinters, you get boards that are popping up, which become trip hazards. So there's another option that needs to be addressed by using the plastic borders for playgrounds. Secondly, the playground mulch that we're using, we're finding that those costs are being astronomical, and that is a disintegrating product. So every year you have to go back with replacement mulch
Instead of rubber.
instead of rubber. So what we've been looking into, and we have this going on at Mountain View with a pre-K special ed grant, we're doing a poured-in-place surface playground. With poured-in-place, then it has the attenuation factor so that if a child falls, you do not have that risk of extreme damage. It's to reduce that impact. But also, it's rated for 20 years. So yes, you pay more on the front end for that, but it lasts much longer. Also, that if you have a child, and this being a special education playground, that let's say they are in a wheelchair, it is easier for that child to traverse that playground because of that poured-in-place surface than to have someone to have to assist that child to go through the mulch. So those are some options that I think we really have to look at.
Well, here's where I'd like to get at. I guess the point of all of where I'm going to with this is that each elementary school, if they've got 45 playgrounds, that's wonderful. But they ought to have one at each school that I feel like should be functional for each school that they can use, you know. And again, I don't get around to the other schools as much, so I'm just using the ones I see the most. And that's probably Cundiff, Mount Pleasant, because it's right there on the parking area, and then Horn, because I drive by it every day. So my only thought is and I appreciate all the work that's going to get, you know, you're doing a lot of detail work, and this means a lot, and I'm not diminishing that. I don't want you to think that, but for me to look at it and get what I need to understand where I'm going with this is, we have a good bit of money in our minor capital right now. I don't know I can't figure out what this number is, but what I'd love to propose is that every school, it's kind of like a function of our building infrastructures. You know, I'll be dead by the time we get through our 10-year CIP. I may not make it 10 years, but I'm sure not going to make it till the end of that 10-year CIP gets done. I'd hate to see our school playgrounds that I'd be dead before we get those done. I'd like to know if there's a number, you know, if I look at a school and there's a 40 by 20 area, I don't know what it is, 40 by 30 area, you know, what does that cost? Is that $25,000 a school, $30,000 a school?
I can give you an example, and this is referring to Mountain View.
Okay.
Poured in place, and also with the chain link fence, you're looking at ballpark 130,000.
Okay.
And that is roughly a 26 feet by 75 feet area.
So I need 130,000 for 16 schools. Is that what you're telling me?
No, each.
Right, that's what I said, each. So
Okay.
16 at 130. What are we're putting 100,000 towards it each year?
Correct.
Right now?
Correct.
And so if I did 16, I'm looking at 20 million? Right, 16 times 130,000.
Are those handicap special, is that
The-
Is it
They are,
outfitted?
they are handicap rated.
rated? Okay.
You do have, the playgrounds are rated from kindergarten or pre-K to age 5, and then you have age 5 to 12. That range, while you have 5-year-olds at each level, is because as children mature, some mature faster than others, so they may have the strength to climb on a product for 5 to 12, but not, but if they are a 4-year-old, they may not have that strength to do that, so they have their own designated playground.
What is the actual cost of the surface versus the equipment?
Well, the number that we received in regards to that poured in place is around $22 a square foot. And what we're getting for mulch, we've paid $15,000
Yeah.
for,
Came up with 20.
I want to say it was close to, and I'm pulling from memory, so please, it's going to be around 200 yards of mulch.
How many
Mr. Riley, don't put me on the remediation committee, because when you 20 at 130,000, and I'm talking about 20 million, I may need the remediation. Put me in with that group with the remediation.
But that $15,000 was not for all of our playgrounds. That was for a large portion of our playgrounds, and we know that that number is going up, and it's going to be every year.
So have we done any of these playgrounds so far, the 130,000?
The number, that 130,000 is one that it is just, the components are shipping March the 22nd.
For
For
one school?
For one school, correct.
So we're doing one school a year?
Well, that is through a grant. That's separate from what we are doing currently with the 100,000.
That particular playground's a special one behind Mountain View that's for the PK area, their program they have over there. The regular playgrounds are, like they just completed the one at Back Creek, I saw that earlier this week, and the Burlington one has been done, right?
Correct.
But I think what I hear you say is, right, you're asking the question, what's it gonna take to accelerate that process?
Absolutely.
Right.
Let's get this done.
Right.
Because I know some of these playgrounds are, I mean,
Well, at minimum, the
they were there
equipment-
when I was there.
Yeah, at minimum,
Right.
the equipment is terrible.
Right.
Some of them, I mean, they're not, it's barely usable.
Right. And I'm okay with the
All abstainers.
Right.
board timbers. I mean, that's not perfect, but whatever it takes, let's bring that number down, in my mind, and just as a proposal to the, let us know which schools have been done, that at least have one of those. And the remaining schools that need to be done, to have one of those playgrounds. And let's figure out a way to get that done. And, that's not your,
Sure.
we have to figure that out.
Right.
But at least we have the proposal. It's gonna take $1.5 million to do the rest of the school. It's gonna take $1.2 million
Sure.
to do the rest of the schools. Then we can either say, okay, there's more important things to tackle, or we wanna get this done for all schools.
Sure.
Because I don't wanna be dead when we finish this. I wanna see that we made a difference in each community.
Sure.
So,
What was the
could you do
latest-
that?
Oh, I'm sorry. What was the latest on cost at Back Creek? Total?
Back Creek total was 106,000. The school, or the PTA, I believe, paid the additional $6,000 for a few more components.
But that was for just equipment and then the traditional mulch.
Correct, and the plastic border.
Okay.
Okay. So that's that's a great number, Mike. So now we know, if you're saying 130, how could, what schools haven't been done? How can we speed that up and at least have one at each elementary school?
Well, I can tell you that the schools that have been done are the Burlington and Back Creek.
That's the only two?
That's the only two moving forward. And so
And then Mountain View.
Well, Mountain View is a separate
Oh,
pot of money
okay,
it's through a grant.
gotcha.
So this, okay, so all of this is a grant, but we're using this 100,000 for.
No, it comes out of CMP.
Oh,
Comes out of our capital maintenance plan.
okay.
So there is no grant,
Just for that,
Well,
just for
for
that
Mountain
special
View.
at Mountain View for the preschool?
just that
Yeah, that's
one?
what I was
Yes, sir.
Correct.
Gotcha, okay. So
And-
3 of them really would come out of that pot, so we'd need 13, and that makes it only 60 million. By my math, so about 1.7 million.
Yeah, and also, I want to let you know that we do have some schools that their PTA is active in trying to do things for their playgrounds. So at Hermanel Horn, they have a PTA-funded component, or a couple of components, that are going to be shipped out March the 22nd to be installed along at the same time as what is being done at Mountain View. So
Is that
Mountain
through a
View,
grant? Is that through?
it's
Fundraising.
it's fundraising that
PTA
PTA
only?
has done.
You remember, we did Green Valley,
Green Valley, yes, sir.
and I think we came back and we
We gave
appropriated $10,000 to them to finish it. They've been collecting money for 20 years. And finally, they came and said, we just can't, we keep trying, would you help us? And we did, and it's good equipment. It's
To
great
me, that's
equipment.
a community-driven, it's child-driven.
So, regarding the PTAs, I think we don't want to get into the position where, because this PTA was able to come up with 25,000, right? And they put on extra, now we're only going to give them 75,000 because it was a $100,000 product. I'd like to kind of create some consistency, and so that, because some PTAs do bring in more money than others, that's just how it is. So we should set up, if we can, and say, this is what we're willing to give every single school, and then if you do want to supplement, this is what you can come up with after, instead of penalizing the people who are able to raise more money, it would just be more fair.
Well,
And
but I would
that-
also go back to Burlington or one of the other schools that may not have the ability for their
Yeah,
PTAs
no,
to
at
raise
a,
it.
at a minimum, I'm saying
Yeah.
if let's say it's a $100,000 playground, we say, we're giving you $100,000.
Well, it's
We're not
like-
skimping
It's
out.
like you said, Mr. Greenway, it's our infrastructure.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
our responsibility to maintain it. Now, if they have extra playgrounds because of
That's fine.
extracurricular,
Right.
Yeah,
then that's
Then-
fine,
Yeah,
but we
that's
should
where
be
I s-
providing.
That's
Yeah.
what I'm saying,
yeah.
yeah.
Our CMP plan is for 10 years, and we have $100,000 every year going to a playground, and each of those 10 years is designated to a specific school based off of this schedule. So we do have $100,000 designated per year for that school's playground, whichever one's listed for that year.
It's gonna just take us a long time to get there.
Yes,
Well, it's
yes,
gonna
ma'am.
take us 20 years.
Well, it's just
Yeah.
not, it's not gonna work.
Yeah,
So-
It's
yeah.
essentially just not gonna work. They're gonna fall down before we can get them replaced.
Yeah, so what I hear you all saying is we're coming back with a proposal.
Please.
This is what it would cost, and then we just gotta find the money.
That's right. Yeah, I'm not saying we can, but
Right.
I'd love to be, it's
Well-
like the schools. We'd love to have them all done tomorrow.
Could you prioritize them? Like the top, how many schools? 25, 30, whatever, like a serious list? one
Yes,
through 35, or-
and we can use this list as well as what we have as far as inspection reports to help us identify if it's one or two components at a school, because again, some schools have multiple playgrounds, but at least try to identify that list to get us, it may be 10 locations, $1 million to help get us kicked off and moving forward.
Yep. But to Mr. Hudson's point, I just want one, now if PTA's raised 5 other playgrounds, that is awesome. But I think at least at each school, we have one of similar, construction and similar,
Or cost?
yeah, for playground. And so we, as Roanoke County Public Schools, we provide this 100, 130, whatever the number we end up at, we provide that one playground. Now, if you have 10 playgrounds, and, of course, it's got to be approved for each property, but, then that's okay, but we
Right.
want to make sure they have one. And it's important, right?
Yes.
So, especially with what we've been through the last 2 years, to have access to an area for your kids to be able to play, and not even at school, but outside of school, the communities will benefit.
Yeah.
And I think that's why we're here.
Is it a possibility that as you buy in bulk, you get better prices on some of these playgrounds, or is that not the case?
That's not the case.
Too bad.
I mean, it would be great if we could, but.
In terms
but
of construction or?
No.
bank? No, okay.
no. Because the companies that or the company that we have contract with for the product or the components, they have their own crew to come in and install it.
Gotcha.
That way, and this is where we're looking at a turnkey job. It is not one where we may have our grounds people pull off of whatever they're doing to help clear something out so that this company can come and install it. We want them to do a turnkey job because, let's face it, our maintenance guys have things they need to be working on.
Sure, but
And so,
to Ms. Fasciani's point, if I give you 13, you're not gonna give me a better deal than if I get one
Just
from you?
wondering, really?
that's not the way,
There's not another company?
we'd have to go back out to bid to do that.
Well, this is a big
And,
deal.
and we did have, before July of last year, we did have 2 vendors. One vendor decided he did not want to re-up.
It's a
Maybe
shame,
other
isn't it?
state contracts out there that we can,
And-
cooperative agreements.
Yeah,
And
you-
that's,
that we could get on.
we've been
This is a
looking
big
into that
one.
to
You
try
would
to
think we
get
could get some type of
Right.
more
a
opportunities.
discount
And it'd be
or
quicker than
something.
going through the whole
Right.
bid process.
And
Right.
are these the lifespan
Good
of
thing this is
these,
government.
the quality that we, would get for this type of money would last? What, you're saying over, what do y'all looking at 20
It's a
now?
20-year anticipated lifespan.
And you'd also give the opportunity if a school said, hey, I want to kick in $6,000, I want this, whatever it might be, extra.
Correct.
Extra
Just
piece
like
of-
what we did at Back Creek.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if you could bring us that proposal.
Sure.
That'd be awesome.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, as part of the project updates, I wanted to give you an update on what we're doing with the barometer and the airflow at the schools. We've been in 12 schools and got average readings at each school. And as you can see in this far right corner is the average changes per hour at each school, like such as Fort Lewis is 8.3, 4.6 at Mountain View, 3.6 at Williamburg Middle, and I'll talk about that one in just a minute. 10.7 at Glen Cove, Horns at 6, and on down the list here. As you see, most of them are within the CDC recommended or range of what they want, which is 5 to 6 changes an hour. And this goes without saying, this is without counting the air purifiers that we have in each classroom as well, which is about 1.5 changes per hour just for the, so you can add that number
Add
to
that number.
these.
Okay.
Okay, so that's where we're at 12. We're attempting to get every school completed by next Friday. So we have 2 of our maintenance crews working on it, and we've also hired someone, an HVAC team that does some construction work for us, and they're actually out as well helping. So we're doing our best to get these all completed by next Friday. So the Williamburg Middle, we have a contractor there today, and part of the issue there is there's a sensor right next to where one of the fans is in the duct system, and that sensor measures static pressure in the duct, and so with it being right next to the fan, it's restricting the amount of airflow that's coming down through that duct. And so we have a company there today who's moving that sensor further down, which will increase the airflow in that ductwork, which will then increase the airflow into those rooms in that wing.
And you'll retest that
And
one?
we'll retest it when they're done, yes, sir.
Okay.
There's some work they're gonna have to go back and do this summer as part of the renovation for the HVAC system there, which is going into every classroom and reworking all the VAV boxes. And we don't want to do that while kids are in school because, number one, you don't want a lot of contractors in the classrooms when teachers are trying to teach. And it's going to be very disruptive to the classrooms, dirty and dusty and messy. So it's best that we do that when school's out. Also, William Byrd will be Jeff is having the controls changed at William Byrd Middle from a pneumatic to something that's a lot more, where he can control it a lot better with our BAS system. So that work's being done right now as well. And we also are going to be replacing 3 boilers there this summer. So those should be up and operational by next winter.
So just to point out, we know upstairs on one end of the hallways where we had some issues there. So the long-term fix should help with that, but meantime, this immediate fix, we should see some significant improvement in those particular areas where we know we've had some concerns.
It should be pretty immediate, and we'll go back and take more airflow tests next week there
That's the
once
key,
the
if
work's
we can
complete.
just substantiate it.
Now,
Yes,
Chris,
sir.
some of our classrooms, do they have their own thermostat control?
Some of the schools may, but most of the schools do not. Some of the schools have ranges of 3 to 5 degrees, but
Do they have like fan control? I mean, just make sure that our teachers understand that they need to keep that fan running.
right,
You know,
and,
all
and
the
we've
time.
had an issue with teachers turning their fans off, and we've had to go back and reprogram it and lock them out so that the fans are running all the time.
Now, I was reading in those guidelines like you were talking about, and it was, don't use auto, just you lock it into the on
Lock it on
position.
on. Yes, sir.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, we are doing that. We have done that.
What was the, you got Back Creek at 4.4, right?
Let me find it.
At the bottom there, it's average.
It's very bottom. Yes, sir, 4.4.
But you add that number to it, you said.
Yeah, if you can add, if they're using their air purifiers like they're supposed to, you can add 1.5 to that.
So your meeting standard.
Yes, ma'am.
And how often are you changing the filters with the in-room?
They're changing, on the filters on the air purifiers, we're changing the air filters every year.
The HEPA filter.
The HEPA filters every year. We have, I don't know if we have one in here, but it's right over here beside Mr. Riley. That black sleeve on the outside at the top, we're taking those off and replacing them with brand new ones, and we get to wash the old ones. So when they become dirty again, we'll take them and replace them again. And meanwhile, what we're doing is we're asking our custodial services to at least wipe them down once a week, because you can actually take a dry cloth and wipe them down to cleanse them.
And they're doing that.
We're asking them to. In some cases they are, in some cases probably not as well as they should.
But that was readdressed yesterday in your meeting with them.
Yes, sir.
That is correct. Yeah, one thing I just want to highlight, and I know you all know this, but just for the sake of folks maybe listening in, this goes back to what you were saying earlier about our critical infrastructure needs, right? And I mean, in Roanoke County Schools, I mean, I know we're blessed beyond, what a lot of our colleagues across the state are doing in some of these more rural places where they have buildings even older than ours, right? But we still have real needs, and that's where we need to help, with different, funding mechanisms to try to get these schools updated and replaced, because, even our older schools, these older units, they're functioning as they were designed to be, to work. But, like Cave Spring Middle, of course, one of our most recent schools to, get up and running, Cave Spring High School, those systems function like they're supposed to function, which, equate better with this kind of standards that, we're expected to see these days. But that's where we need capital funding to get our schools renovated, and sooner than later.
And we can't keep putting Band-Aids on things.
Yes, ma'am, that's right.
Exactly.
And
Well
that's what
said,
we've been
well
doing.
said.
Hey, when it comes to the filters, who's making sure that those are getting changed I believe you said 4 months, correct?
Yes, it's a maintenance department. It's in an Asset Essentials program, and the software actually sends a work order to the employees every 4 months to get that they are to change these filters at this school. And it even tells them the units, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
That component of that, we're still developing it, because when, this is probably more information than you wanted to know, but with Asset Essentials, when information was migrated from the old school dude, Maintenance Direct, some of that information was outdated at that time and was never updated when we had new equipment installed. So we're also trying to verify that information so that what is in Asset Essentials is up to date and correct. So that, number one, we know what size filter it needs, that technician knows the model number, knows the age of it, who installed it, all of that to help identify what we can do for preventative maintenance.
We just need to make sure that that's getting taken care of, especially
Correct.
now more than ever. We need to make sure these filters are getting changed
That is
exactly
correct.
by the
We-
manufacturer.
Well, we're trust but verifying,
Okay, that's what I'm asking.
yes.
Yep.
And once it's, are we putting those filters in, or they come in?
We are.
For the portable, you're talking about for the portable?
Yeah, no, the
The HEPA.
HEPA.
We will be putting them in.
We'll be putting-
JJ had, her staff will be putting them in.
You go, JJ.
Thank you,
She,
JJ.
she's already reached out to the principals and have established a plan on how they're gonna do it.
Good.
So just some other project updates. Here on the right side are completed projects. And I'd be happy to get this spreadsheet to you. But anything in green are HVAC projects that have been, that are, green is HVAC. Everything on that right column are completed projects in the last 9 months. Everything on the left are projects that are funded that we are currently working on. So for instance, we're currently working on door handle and locks throughout the division. We have a fund, that we have an account that we use for BCAT, work on the BCAT units over there, because we're trying not to replace everything new over there, obviously, for obvious reasons. We're doing electrical lighting upgrades throughout the system. Burlington, Clearbrook's getting lighting upgrades to LED. We're doing some division-wide painting. Back Creek boiler bid will be out next week. Hidden Valley High School, we have an account set up for some parking lot painting and sealing, crack seals, things like that. So this is the stuff that's ongoing on the left side, and again, the completed projects on the right. One of the big projects that's going on right now is Northside High School. 2 major HVAC units are being replaced. They are working really hard at getting that completed. We have a contract date of May for that work to be completed. I don't know if you've been into school, but you'll see that they've actually built walls to separate contractors from students in that facility. Northside Middle School, for instance, we finished that work up this fall, and we're commissioning it now to make sure everything's working properly, which so far we're good. Clearbrook, we've replaced a boiler replacement out there, and we've also replaced 7 gas packs up on the roof here in the past 6 months. Central, we've had multiple replacements of units here that have failed over last summer and this fall that have been replaced. And these are other projects we just finished all the William Byrd Middle School sprinkler heads. We replaced all those here in the past 3 months. And that work's complete as well. Next will be ceiling tile. Now that those are done, we'll be replacing the ceiling tile throughout the school.
Chris, could I get a copy of that?
Yes, ma'am.
That you've done, because I get questions about things, and it'd be good to have that.
Absolutely. And we're gonna set up something on our webpage as well to have.
Keep people informed.
Maybe just send it out to all of us.
Yeah.
I will, yes, sir.
And Chris, did we get that Glenver well pump fixed?
Yes, they fixed it Tuesday, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And did we ever get into, I know the signs were a kind of a point of it may be so expensive it's not really worth our time, but did we ever touch base with the company in regards to estimate on some of these digital signs that we have that are not working?
I need to follow up with him on that, because we do have a list of, you're talking about the digital signs?
Mhm.
Yes, I'll follow up with him and get the cost on those, because
Appreciate
I
it.
know we have about 7, from what I understand, that are not working properly.
Okay.
So I will get you this project list out after the meeting.
All right, thank you.
Yes,
Well, like
ma'am.
Mr. Lowe said, I think that, there's a lot of things that, we want to get done and we've had delays on and so forth, but I think for the good of the public, I think, we'd like to get this on the website. I've encouraged that just because, there's a lot going on that, our staff is getting
People don't
done and
realize.
they need
Well,
to
I-
have credit for it. So.
I don't think people realize, and I
Mhm.
think
Like
it's
you're
really
right.
important when people are working hard that people understand that, and that would at least point out that we are working hard.
Right.
And I was gonna save this, but that's a good point, that, you've caught a little grief over the last week or so for issues that, I guess everybody's kind of high-strung, obviously, with, what's coming at us and how we're starting to proceed. But we thank you. We know that we know you're working hard, and, we'll address that as we go. But thank you for getting this stuff done. I know it's thankless sometimes, And sometimes we get elevated from folks that are coming at us, and so, you know, you may be the ones that it gets taken out on, but it's not intended that way. It's just, you know, it's a heightened awareness at this point. So we just want to make sure, and I hope everybody out there listening hears, the airflow is getting taken care of. We're addressing that. That is happening.
And it's
Airflow in these schools are
unfortunate.
gonna be taken care of.
We have, you know, like, human capital is hard to come by right now. It's hard to get HVAC people. It's hard to make, you know, sure we've got the proper people doing what we need to get done. It takes time, so, thank you, Chris.
William Byrd, real quick before you go.
sir.
Everything going okay?
Everything's going really well. I should let you know, all the doors are in. They've already started replacing the windows in the E section, which is the area up front that they're working on. Floor tile's almost complete, so they're gonna start cleaning and waxing floors probably the end of next week or the following week,
Okay.
which means we can go in and do our waxing on top of theirs, and then we'll start moving furniture in about 3 weeks.
Okay.
We plan on moving the weight room up to the wrestling house the week of the 21st or 22nd. We're gonna do it on 22nd. 22nd. And, and then they'll start working in the weight room, doing that demo work and shoring in there to expand that weight room.
Okay.
The block work is almost complete for the cheer and wrestling room, and they're expecting steel and the roofing ready to come in 2 to 3 weeks for that.
Still on schedule for the end of
August
next summer?
23, yes,
Yep.
sir.
Good deal. Can you invite me to the next meeting, please?
Yes, sir. And I would like to, love to take you around so you can see the wall tile.
Maybe that's a good time to
I
take
would
the
love
rest of
to,
the board, yeah?
I would love to go
Yes, sir.
too.
Sure.
I don't know if we can get that as an official.
That'd be great.
Absolutely.
Maybe
Yeah,
we could,
absolutely.
maybe we could all sit in at the next construction meeting, just to see how that flowed, if that's okay. I mean, from the last one I was at, you know, I just sat back and listened, and I might have asked a question or two, so it's not, but I think it's nice for everybody to see what we're putting our capital towards.
Sure. I think it'd be
And I
great.
guess As long as it's advertised, right? that
Mhm.
we'll be
Yeah,
there.
good
Yeah,
point.
as long as that.
Good point, yeah.
That'd be great.
So it won't be
Thanks for
next
being willing to
Wednesday.
go out and see it.
It'd be
We
2
can't-
Wednesdays from
can't
now.
have a
Yeah,
seance
not next
meeting.
Wednesday, the following Wednesday.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yes, sir. What's next?
Custodial services?
2.04, discussion of custodial service. Mr. Bradshaw, Mr. Lowe, and Ms. Peterson.
I can talk from either side, it doesn't matter to me.
Do we do what? Assistant, I'm not sure. I'd have to go back. It wasn't much, whatever it was,
It's $2,000
per school, yeah, I think. There was 10 grand approved, but I can't remember if that was Eastport.
You mean for next week? Oh, correct.
I didn't figure you on that.
Eastport.
Oh, esports, yeah.
Did we approve?
We approved that.
Yes, sir.
We did.
We did.
Was it 2,000 per school?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, then. Yeah.
Gotta go there, okay. All right, good evening, school board. We are here to talk about give you kind of a history of the custodial services, and so all of us have a little bit to talk about in regards to this, how it came to be, and options where we might can go with it. So we're gonna talk about the history, options, and then current actions that were taken today. So I'm going to start, and I went back and looked at the board reports and kind of some of the notes that I had. And just FYI, on August 18th of 2012, Ms. Hodge was assistant superintendent, and she brought forth to the board just the idea that outsourcing was a way that could possibly lead to savings and something that you could look into. So she was tasked with looking into this and costing out the process, and on February 26th of 2013, the school board approved the first outsourcing schools. So the next screen just has our timeline. I'll let you know that they're in here by year, by vendor, and in order of the school that came on board. And so in 2014, the first three schools, Cave Elementary, Cave Middle, and Hidden Valley High, were the first three schools. They were in the pilot program. And then after that, we started adding them on a couple at a time, or one at a time, as the opportunities opened up. The plan was never to turn over a school until we had retirements in order to do so, and that is what staff did. So you can kind of, I won't read through the minutiae of it, but you can see from 2014 through 2021, the schools that did onboard with the various vendors we had. So I did go back and look at some of the information that was gathered back in 2017. And when schools were put on board, analyses were done to determine if there was savings. And you can see in here from 2014, and this is just on, the first kind of 3 years of schools. I could go back and do additional analysis to find the cost savings for the other schools, but this was readily at my fingertips. So you can see the whole point of going towards this was a cost savings, and there were cost savings at the time. Whether they're continuing or not, we would have to do additional analysis in that, because the cost of the contracts are going up with inflation and everything, as we well know from most recent meetings.
But you know what the contracts are gonna be, right? I mean, that's what we have, and then are we saving or are we not? I guess that's what you're getting at.
Yeah, I'd have to cost, there's a lot, we'll get into costing out that in later slides.
Okay.
So you wanna take it on?
Sure. So we discussed about what kind of options we have for consideration. And the first would be turnkey operation, which would be hiring all of our own staff to take over all the schools. That's what our turnkey option is. Manager conversion would be us hiring a building manager for each facility who would be charged during the day of overseeing what's going on from the vendor, being that liaison between the principal and the vendor, for instance. The transition model, that specifically is basically taking over a school at a time, back maybe the trouble spots that the vendor's having issues with, and that would be hiring staff to take that one school at a time and just transitioning that in that respect. And then we also just left the wide open for other options to consideration, what if there's any other ideas out there. So turnkey option, some things that need to be looked at would be the cost analysis for things like personnel, which would include salary and FICA, VRS benefits, insurance, and workers' comp, overtime, substitutes, of course, janitorial supplies, ongoing equipment replacements, turnover costs, for instance, purchasing all the equipment that we would need, if there is any kind of termination fees for ending the contract with the vendor, or partial, and what partial offset there is by the contract savings. Some of the pros that we came up with the turnkey option is we would regain ownership and control of the program, and also we'd have the ability to better drive the outcomes of the program. Some of the cons would be a concern of getting enough applicants. We did not outsource all at once, so it'd be awful hard to turn it around all at once. And original employees have moved on, and we may not start with the strong loyalty with the schools and communities that we once had. So a lot of that ownership has moved on. When we talk about ownership of the facility, a lot of that has moved on, and we wouldn't be able to get that back. So that would be a concern. Manager conversion, we'd still need to look at personnel salary, VRS benefits, and that stuff, overtime substitutes for the building manager positions. Some of the pros would be relieving the principal from some of the daily oversight. It would be cheaper than turnkey, and we would have a Roanoke County Public Schools presence in every facility. Some of the cons that we've heard from the vendor and some things that we have thought about internally is that it creates a little bit of territorialism with the vendor's employees not wanting to answer to Roanoke County employees. For instance, a building manager, possibly creating a situation where they're getting different direction from their unit directors versus our building manager. There's no single ownership. That's basically what I was just saying. And that could result with some confusion of responsibilities. And to be honest, it probably would be challenging to find a vendor to participate with this approach. Transition model, we need to look at the same kind of cost analysis that we looked at the other two options. The pros will be we would be able to transition some responsibilities back to the building manager from the principal, whole schools to form cohesive teams, and it would be cheaper than turnkey. Some of the cons is it may cost more than the current model, and Roanoke County Public Schools will take on additional responsibilities for recruiting and retaining the staff as well. So we feel like that the current vendor probably would be okay with a little bit of help with the transition model, just because it would take their schools that they're struggling with out of their hands, and that would be our focus, is to take those schools first, the ones they're struggling with. So, you want to talk about the current actions, Jim?
Sure. Currently, just to give you background a little bit, and Ms. Pearson said this, as we took over schools, it was due to either retirements, resignations, things like that. So we are still getting more of those. We have had a couple of resignations and retires that are going to be occurring at the end of this school year. But just to let you know what we're doing right now, just to basically see if we can get some applicants to come back in, is we are actually advertising for our building managers, building operators, and our part-time operators. We have had the building operators and the part-time operators advertised for a little while, and we're not getting applicants, which is the same thing that SSC is saying. So, and I know JJ beats the bush. She's phenomenal at trying to find people, and normally we can always count it, but I know it's been a real challenge, especially over the past year or so. But all those positions are currently posted on our website with Roanoke County Schools. We really want to see if we can determine, are we going to be able to find any qualified recruits? I mean that's the biggest challenge I think every business is facing. Can we get somebody? If we do decide to reverse this, are we going to be able to reverse it and be effective? So that's what we're trying to do right now. By all means.
How many building managers, how many building operators, what's your numbers on this? How many do we need for the open positions?
Right now, we actually have building managers in positions of building operator spots, because as things moved around, we didn't have enough building manager openings. So we do have building managers who are actually in a slot right now for building operators. So as we have retirement with building managers, then we move the current building manager that may be in a building operator spot, if you will, back into that position.
Okay.
So we only have, I can't get into staffing as far as in public because it's not been made public yet, but we will have some retirees of a building manager. But we do have the positions in-house to fill that. Building operators is a completely different story. We are still short-staffed on that, and we are going to see some retirees and resignations there that we are not able to fill. As far as the exact number, JJ, I don't have an exact number right now, but you might.
We don't right now. We're still waiting for people
Okay.
to make decisions, and we have those folks that they don't want to meet with. They don't have to turn that in at the end of January. They don't
Gotcha.
have to wait until May.
Okay, sure.
And Ms. Fetchner, you're going to be getting that report at the next board meeting of all the ones who are retiring or resigning. It's just
Okay.
not public yet, so I'd
Sure,
rather not
okay.
say in a
I'm sorry, I
public
didn't mean to
forum if
jump the
that's,
shark.
no,
I
yeah,
just-
you're good.
But you might be asking, typically, how many, operators does it take to staff, let's say, a typical high school? Is that kind of where you were going?
Yeah, I was just, both of those, both
I think we
sides.
could probably.
That we can
do a
answer.
better question, yeah. So obviously, one building manager, and then in addition to that, I mean, like currently, like at Byrd High School, we would have, how many operators do you
We
think?
have 8 at Williamsburg High School, and that's including building manager. And we have 8 at Glenbrook High School, and that's including building manager.
Okay.
Number of full-time versus part-time.
We have, all of those are 7 at Glenbrook High School and 1 PPT, which is permanent part-time at Glenbrook.
Okay.
And they're all full-time at
7 full and 1, how about Bird?
Byrd, we have 8 with 1 vacancy.
Okay, so they're all full-time. Okay. For some reason, I thought some of them were part-time.
We did at one time.
Oh, is that what, okay.
We did have one time. There was a
Gotcha.
gentleman that was there a long time that used to do the office that Tammy really loved. And his wife was ill and he left the position.
So it kind of gives you an idea of what it would take, right? So if we start advertising, and I think beyond, just putting it on our website, we need to figure out some ways to push it out to try to get some attention to this. And then, if we start to see, okay, we've got, qualified people to go into those building manager roles, as well as, 6 or 7, you can kind of hear those numbers, operators, that starts.
Yes, that's a good number.
Based off of is it A2, I believe is our cleaning
Yeah,
standard?
aptitude. But that's a good number.
Okay.
So, and I'm not trying to belabor this, but how many at Bird and how many at Glenver?
We have 8 at each
Byrd.
one.
At each
And-
one?
And I'll tell you why.
Yeah, that's a good, because
There's
there's
a little offset there.
double the kids at
Right,
one.
because we just outsourced Glenbrook Middle School, and so we actually have a little extra numbers at Glenbrook High than were originally there.
Okay.
So we didn't have enough to keep Glenver Middle, but we didn't want to fire people.
Let them go, sure.
Correct.
okay.
We've not had to release anybody to try to, as we
Gotcha.
moved in
So
school.
they kind of
that's
got
been-
spread out, the ones that were dispersed, so we brought one of the PPTs here to Central, and then some of those other folks into Glenbrook High. Since
Gotcha.
they were sister schools.
So if you lost a couple at Glenver High School, you probably wouldn't replace them. I
Correct.
got you.
So
That
you're
makes
saying
sense.
that 8 for high school and middle school as well? Or what?
Not necessarily, not necessarily.
So based on square footage of the
It
building,
is,
I would
it is
think, yeah.
So you're basing on the size?
Correct.
Okay, thank
All
you.
right, Yep, next slide. We did a comparison to our neighbors because I feel like that's an important thing to always bring. We need to see how we're doing. And honestly, our salaries are very competitive. Again, this is thanks to you all doing that increase a month ago, if you will. It really brought a lot of our lower numbers up. So if you look at our building operator starting salary, we're at $14.30 now, which is higher than anybody else around us. We cap out, again, higher with our building operators. We're in good shape there as far as salary rise. Again, that's right now. This is now out there, so we know all the other divisions around us it's a constant thing. If you notice, when we deal with the substitute, we raise our rate, they raise theirs. The same type of thing is going to happen here. Our building manager starting salary, very competitive, except for some of the divisions you see do either a different rate for high schools or secondary schools. When we did our comparison for salary comparison, it was determined that those jobs really were in line with each other, and so we were basically guided to put them all back on the same scale. Because elementary schools have different challenges, they normally have less staff, those kind of things, where secondary might have evening activities, but you have other staff that can cover those type of things.
But on an average basis, we're.
On an average,
competitive.
that's correct, yes, Mr. Ray. And then we also did the length of days, just to see where everybody's, we're very, obviously, we're the same as everybody else. So our rates are very competitive right now. It's just, can we find applicants if this is the direction you all decide to go with it? And so basically what we're looking for right now is, we do have, we've posted these positions, I said, we just kind of need direction on what you want us to do. And I know, Ms. Pearson, if you do want us to cost out, like what it would cost to take over a building, provided we could get the staff, what would that look like compared to what the current contract is right now that we're doing with SSC. We can certainly come up with that,
That would be
however you
good.
guys would like to look at that.
Maybe I actually got the figure for SSC.
During one of the recent meetings that we had with them, they gave us an estimate for
It's
next
not
year.
public.
Is that public?
I think it was. It was closed session.
Are you
Closed
talking about,
session.
are you talking about the total price of the contract? I would say that
We know that from last week, you guys just
Yeah.
approved an amendment, so, yeah.
Right, well, it should be public. Why would it not be public how much we're paying them? I mean,
That
any
was,
government
I'm referring
contract.
to the other estimates they have in regards to their thoughts to next year.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so that,
Well, I'll be honest, I'll go on record and say I'm kind of fearful. I mean, we're giving them $50,000 more a month than what we originally agreed to 4 months ago when the contract was renewed. So who knows what they're going to come at us with.
Right.
That's right. We don't know that.
And the services to and I'm not, I want to make it clear that I'm not talking about the individual custodians themselves, because I think some people took it the wrong way the last time we spoke about this. It's not the fact that the custodians are bad, it's the fact that they're not staffed, they're understaffed. You can't have one person cleaning an entire elementary school, and that's essentially what's going on. So, I mean, the quality of service we're getting, in my opinion, is unacceptable. So, that's my thoughts. And I like your idea that you had brought up maybe a month or so ago when we were talking about it, is maybe trying to take over a couple of the high schools, or the other 3 high schools that we have,
It's like a pilot program,
right?
Yeah.
Slowly take it over, 'cause
transition.
yeah, I think everybody understands there's no way we're gonna hire 100 employees right now in this labor market.
You're correct.
To fill, I mean, that's wishful thinking, so.
So the last piece is direction from the board, and if Mr. Hudson and the rest agree, I think maybe we see if we could get a proposal for the other 3 high schools. Would that be fair?
yeah, I
to
think the
say?
next steps are gonna be, I mean, and just to be clear, the last official direction from the board, of course, where we were still doing the attrition and so forth, but what we've done, pending things is let's, I mean, at least one of the schools right now, we're concerned about people retiring, but our mode right now is go ahead and advertise. Let's try to replace them, right? Not think about giving any more schools
Replace
certainly
them.
to a vendor.
Oh,
Replace,
vendor.
yeah, the ones getting ready to retire. Let's advertise, try to replace them. Let's get these, postings out there, see what kind of candidate pool we can, pull together in terms of qualified applicants. When I say qualified applicants, I mean, these guys in the past have done that. You have to have people who can pass a background check. Okay, and that's not always easy.
I get it.
Right. So I think that's what we're doing in the short term, and then let's give some time to look at what the current contract is with the current vendor, and see what potential increases we might be looking at, and then do that cost analysis to say, on a gradual basis, if we could do take back 2 or 3 schools, whatever it is,
Well, I
what
think
would that
that's what I'm
cost,
asking,
and have to budget.
is-
That's it.
Is that we get a cost analysis for the 3 other high schools.
That's right.
And then, the other 16 we'd have to look at, or whatever it is, to take the 5 high schools and make them whole with our people, just to get I'm not saying do it, I'm saying get the cost analysis, and then a contract for the rest. And I think it's fair to get a contract for the whole thing again, to know what we're looking at. I mean, shoot, we're only, 5 months away, so I
Right.
don't think that's a long amount of time to figure this out, to give us a little bit of headway to know what we need to do, or what we're gonna do, or budgetarily, what we're gonna do.
And you have to add in the cost of supplies and all the other,
Yeah, exactly as we had
right,
mentioned.
the equipment. We don't have any leftover equipment from when we did it.
We sold it all.
You sold it all, yeah.
To
What's your-
them, to them,
Oh, you sold it to them?
yeah.
Yes, that was part of the
Yeah.
contract.
Oh, I did not know
And they'd
that.
have all that excess equipment that they might sell back, so.
And
Do
then when
their-
we went from vendor to vendor, what they had left over, they sold to the next vendor.
Yeah.
Okay, one other question I have for you. So do the current employees that work for this company have non-competes? If there were some that we
Their
thought we would.
salary, their salary people, basically they're unit directors, but not their actual operators.
So unit directors are not ones who actually work in the schools, they're more like supervisor of a territory. So what I hear you saying is,
There's 3 of them.
in the schools, they don't have a non-compete
That's right.
agreement, okay.
And honestly, that would, if the direction was to go after the high schools, truthfully, that's where we would start, would be, and working with the company is, we would end up with the exact same people working in our exact same buildings. They would just have a Roanoke County badge instead of an SSC badge,
Right.
if you will.
There's some good people. They've
But
got
if
some
there's
great
some good
people.
Yeah,
people
it's
and there's
just,
an
Sure.
incentivization
It's the
and the whole
ownership
process
and-
and the ownership, I mean, maybe that's something in the cost analysis over the course
Right.
of
And
time,
not-
that would, the benefits would be there.
Sure, and not discouraging our SSC people, because they do take ownerships in those buildings. You're right, it just, it is a little different. Now I'm throwing paper clips on where I went, but that's okay. So, but anyway.
I understand
you're
what you're
right.
saying.
Mhm.
I do, yeah.
So that would be our target, our goal, if that's the direction you all decide to go.
So that's what I'd like to see us do.
But our equipment wouldn't be that expensive, I guess, materials, supplies, things like that. But
Equipment are things like what, floor machines and what else?
JJ.
Kyle
Sorry.
back.
I'm sorry, Ms. Watkins.
You're pointing to the wrong person when you're asking questions for me.
Your burnishers, your floor scrubbers, your Kyovacs that do the restrooms, your vacuum cleaners, and all those type things that we would need.
You buy those at wholesale or?
Yeah, and you
Yeah.
do get a better price.
You did, right.
It would just be nice to be able to see the difference, and I think there'll be a huge difference.
Yeah, so what we wanted to do this evening was bring it for discussion, right, and try to give some background and so forth. I think there's some real opportunities here, you know, to at least try to transition back, and so we'll continue to do that cost analysis and bring it back and make some decisions, because these are definitely things we'll need to know as we go into renewing a contract
We need to
anyway, so.
prepare. So for the cost analysis, can you give us a
Doctor.
breakdown per school, or what's the best way for you to do that?
I'll have to look into that.
Yeah, it would
Okay.
have to be like based off of, I guess, square
Square
footage, how many
footage,
people you would need
right.
per
Yes.
school and all that good stuff,
Yeah,
not just a blanket.
not just, yeah.
Yeah, well, and what I'll end up doing, now that we have a very specific direction as to exactly what cost analysis you want, because I really didn't want to put staff towards doing multiple ones that you didn't
Sure.
need, right? We will bring that as part of the budget process, because like now is really the time to be planning on putting it on the list for an ad for next year.
Right.
And we also have historical data. JJ has it all, of exactly how many it took to staff our buildings when they were under Roanoke County Schools. So we can go back and cost that part out fairly easy with our new budgets and those kind of things. And then we'd tie in all the rest of it, so, yeah. We
We'll
can
make sure that
certainly-
we're with the aptitude
Correct.
level too.
Brent, you want to start with the high schools? Is that what
Yeah, I
the
think that's
consensus was?
a good idea. I mean, they have sports in and out after hours, and to me, there's a lot more needed there.
I don't know, if Mr. Lennon had a question, right? He was-
Yeah, I don't want to sound too skeptical here. And right now, it seems like we have a cleanliness issue that we're trying to solve. I think and I'm willing to look into this, but I think we'll go not only having a cleanliness issue to having a staffing issue, because let's face it, those are high turnover type jobs where you're going to get turnover, and hopefully we can look at that historical data on how long those people may have been there. But we're having a hard time finding bus drivers. We're having a hard time finding IAs. We're having a hard time finding substitute teachers. I can drive a 5-mile stretch down Williamson Road this evening and probably see 50 help wanted signs. I like to think that this is feasible, and I'm not going to shoot it down, but ideally, I think we're just going to add to the problems we have right now with cleanliness, and Chris did a nice job of adding some things into the most recent revised contract where we can hold them accountable. Personally, I think we're after more headaches than we will need trying to solve one problem with cleanliness. So.
Well, I guess I kind of look at it like if we are having a hard time hiring, and let's say we have 6 out of the 8 that's required, well, if we have 6 people that are bought into what we're trying to do versus 8, I mean, we're going to suffer with the same problems they're obviously having. So if they've got 6 employees that may not be doing the job that we want, we have our own 6 employees that are. I mean, we're still short, but we're maybe getting a better service. I think it's at least worth looking into.
It is.
Yeah, I'm certainly willing to explore it. I mean, turnover-wise, I know that company's having problems with their turnover, and what did we have? I mean, did we have a lot of turnover? And it's changed. I mean, let's face it. 20 years ago, the custodians, they took a lot of pride in that, but I don't know that we're going to find that again in today's society, unfortunately.
The only, just playing devil's advocate, David, I'd have to say is, in terms of cost analysis, we're cutting out the middleman. So maybe we could be offering these people better job opportunities, better wages. I don't know.
Well,
We need to cut out the middleman.
$14.30 an hour, I think that's more than what they're currently paying.
Well, and they're getting ready to up their wages because that's the reason they asked for the increase, but yeah.
But yeah, so I mean, you're adding retirement to that
Sure.
piece, which is a big deal to some people as well.
Benefits.
And health insurance
I
benefits.
personally think, to Mr. Hudson's point, I don't think you can underestimate ownership. Look, it's always the easy route to outsource. That was, the big thing to do. We did that with, we took away benefits from the bus drivers. Those are things, and we've struggled every year. Now, I know that's not outsourcing, but other school divisions, I mean, let's look at what Roanoke City did for school buses. They struggle every year, and mightily compared to us, I think. So, I'm just not a big fan of outsourcing if we can have our own people. This cost analysis, cost us some time and some capital in the finance department, I'm sure. But I think it's worth exploring, and if no more than the high schools, because they have night functions, day functions, they're 16 hours a day probably. I think it's worth exploring, and I like the idea if there, and maybe there's not a way. We don't even know that. It might be just a futile discussion, but why wouldn't we do that, to explore that? That's what I would say, is let's at least explore the idea.
Would it be appropriate if I brought it to the next budget work session and just incorporated it at that time?
Sure.
That'll be in a month.
Yeah.
You might have been in the restroom, but I asked if we could break up each school instead of having all 5 schools in one cost analysis because of the different square footage.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we certainly do that.
Well, there's 6 months left before we get back to a renewal? Somewhere around there? 5?
June 30.
And to me, that's not a
Well,
lot
we're
of
gonna miss a
time.
month if we wait till next work session.
Well, but I think the analysis will be there to make decisions. I mean, we can do it quick. I mean, if they can turn it, but I want them to have, my thought would be have the ample time. But at that point, we have the ability to make that decision. Plus, we need to know just a little bit more, I think, about the budget. You correct me if I'm wrong, to know what numbers we would even have available to make that work.
Could we get that before, that we would, and we can discuss it at the work session, but we can get it earlier when you feel like you can get it together?
I will do my best, but can I make no promises?
No, I'm just saying
My,
if
my
you
only,
can do it.
my only fear is, in order to properly cost this out, there are things that you need to hear tonight. And I need to have directions on compensation and benefits. And so that will play a direct role into how we cost pulling these employees back. Like, we're gonna be talking about salary scales tonight. And when we talk about salary scales, I need to know, do I use the current scale, or do I up at a different percentage based on what we talk about tonight? And all of that's gonna wrap into, hopefully at the next work session, we will have, I can make no promises, but the General Assembly should have crossover before the next work session. I'm hoping to be able to bring the Senate and the House revenues to you. I'm hoping to have the county revenues so that we can have an idea of what kind of money are we looking at in order to help fund all of the needs of the school division. And so I really hesitate to rush providing something that you can make a decision on without you having all of the pieces of the pie. Because in my opinion, this is part of the budgeting process. This is part of, I get that the contract ends in 6 months, or 5 months, but it's part of this whole process that we're going through. And
Having said that, meanwhile, what we're gonna do is we're gonna post the jobs and see what kind of job applicant we have.
That's it.
We'll see within a month, how many applicants we have. That'll be good information. And another conversation I think we've actually started to have with our current vendor is, even if, throughout the contract, is that something we could build in that, if we could take over gradually additional schools, we adjust the contract as we go. That's another conversation we can have, versus having to have a
A hard stop.
A hard stop, that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just honestly don't know how we can make a decision until we have more of the budget process.
Yeah, from the county as well. When do you, well, you'll get to that.
Right.
We should hear that tomorrow. I think the county has a work session on their revenues on Tuesday, and they're posting their information in board docs tomorrow or on their website. And so we should have information on their revenues tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, 2.05, COVID mitigation. Dr. Stegall.
Thanks, JJ.
Thank you, Peter.
Appreciate you. When you do it all without notes.
I did those few minutes.
I know,
Can't
but
take all
you
that.
got them in your head, I know.
You ready?
Are we finished yet?
Is COVID over yet?
Okay.
We're still here talking about this.
So today, I'm going to go over, this is already posted online, so this is our health plan. It's already been updated, it's already been posted, and we are already currently following the information that's in here. So the same information that you see in here is the same information I just went over with you in the last board meeting. I took the executive order information, the 2 interim guidance documents, all of that has been put into this document to reflect our current practice. So you'll see in the red is everything that's been updated. I always keep an update of the most recent school board changes. So that was January 27th. The board approved the parents to opt their child out of wearing a mask beginning February 14th or sooner based on the outcome of a court ruling surrounding Executive Order 2. For opting out for parents, we've asked them to send an email to their principal. And then one of the reasons we're doing that is because we can verify that it's actually coming from the parent and not just a sheet of paper that the kid filled out and turned it in. So then what we will do is that the principal will compile that information. We have a place in Synergy when they can go into our student database, mark that in Synergy so all school staff can see which students have been opted out.
Just going to clarify one thing. We've not sent that out to the parents yet, so
Right.
that hopefully will go out tomorrow. So
Yes.
we're going to wait till after today to actually send that out to the parents.
And on here, I just made sure that we noted to remind parents that regardless of the opt-out, students still have to, of course, wear a mask on buses. And they also are having to wear their mask days 6 through 10 if they've tested positive for COVID, or if they're quarantined because of a close contact, they are recommended to wear that mask day 6 through 10. So those 2 things are not optional. Okay, and then these are the same things we talked about at the last board meeting. These came right off of the VDH recommendations. Those are the 9 categories that we looked at that we consider making decisions. And then here is the information about the DOLE standard requiring employees that will wear a mask. That has not currently changed. It will not change on February 14th unless something changes with DOLE. So we've had some staff ask that question, and those 2 things are not connected. And then, of course, mask recommendations that are coming from VDH. They, of course, recommend that individuals wear a mask and during substantial and high transmission, and they also recommend unvaccinated individuals wear a mask. And so all of this is same information that's been in there. Did some updates on a nurse that is subbing in. We changed this contact tracing information here because we're just following the most recent health department guidance, which basically we're only doing outbreaks and 10% of a group that is showing problems with
So we
COVID.
won't be doing the contact tracing we've been.
Only on those
It has
scenarios.
to be epidemiologically related.
Yes, it has to show a connection. So mask, we made some changes here. Students are still required to wear a mask unless the parent has opted out of wearing the mask. Students who return on day 5, we've talked about that, they are required to wear a mask day 6 through 10. And it's, of course, required during recess, athletic activities and extracurricular activities. That day 6 through 10 is a very different time period. We used to not allow encourage students to wear a mask for recess or while they're outside and for PE. However, day 6 through 10, that is still an expectation. For athletics, they will have to wear masks during play. It specifically said that in the guidance document.
Does that mean David will have to wear one day 6 through 10?
He will. He will.
Okay, I'm just checking.
Yes, he will.
Remember that.
Okay. And then, of course, there's the Dolly standard again that requires staff to wear masks. And then I repeated again, masks are not required for outdoor activities like recess. Oh, this is the different statement. Basically, what this is saying is we still are not requiring masks outside during recess, physical education, and outdoor and extracurricular for those who do not, of course, have COVID symptoms. And physical distancing, change this information. This is something that I think you need to really tune into this language here and make sure that this is okay. According to the VDH and the VDOE interim guidance, there is no medical reason for a vaccinated and/or masked school staff to treat an otherwise healthy unmasked student any differently than a healthy masked student. We were a little concerned about some of the questions we were getting from our teachers, so then this next statement, school staff may not require students to wear a mask to engage in any classroom activity, small group activity, or one-on-one instruction. The only exception would be a class that had a mask requirement prior to the pandemic. That would be like the EMT class, that it's a requirement for that class. Also, we have lots of students who are interns, they're apprentice, when we go to visit different facilities that have a mask requirement, our kids are, of course, required to wear a mask in those settings. In those situations, parents are informed and they are aware prior to arriving to the facility, so that is not something that that our mask opt-out would impact. Those, we have to follow the rules of those facilities.
I just want to clarify one thing, and I apologize for not catching that before. So that second bullet, what you just said, we're going to have to make sure we write that in there because, mask that statement applies to the opt-outs. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, yes.
Right.
Yes.
Otherwise, people are wearing them. It's just if you've opted out, you're not. You can't say, okay, we're going to do the small group activity. You can't look at the opt-out kids and say, well, you got to put it on for the small group activity.
Right,
That's what we're meaning.
Saying.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I got it.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
And by the way, you saw the instructional presentation. Small group teaching is essential to our results. And, we're not going to not do small group teaching just because a kid opted out of wearing the mask. I mean, they've got to do it.
And one of the things we have done is we've ordered 8,000 KN95 masks, and we have those available for staff who, wish to take those. So those have been ordered, but they have not come in yet, so we're hopeful. We were promised we would get them before the 14th. And so the next state is custodial services. So our custodial group went through and worked also with the outsource group, and they updated this information. We had some things in there, like the reason this one is adjusted because we have playgrounds in there. We were doing some high-touch areas on playgrounds. We've backed off of that simply because that is no longer a recommendation from the health department or the CDC. So, but we're still doing the basic cleaning. Most of this is all the same. Nothing has really changed. If anything, some of the protocols they had in place, we've backed away from them because this has a less impact on transmission. And we're still doing the cleaning if someone's been exposed to COVID, there's a positive person, and we're in the isolation room, where all of that has not changed. We're still doing the same there. When we take a look at maintenance here, we asked them to they did make some changes here, some minor changes, but all of that, we're still cleaning the unit coils, replacement of the HVAC, you've heard about that earlier. Change out the filters on a 4-month rotation, increase outside air settings, all those things that they just shared. In the negative pressure rooms and the isolation rooms, they are when we have a positive COVID person, we put them there while they're waiting on the parent to come pick them up. So those are cleaned in those situations. And of course, our water fountains are up and running, and we do encourage students to bring bottles to fill rather than drinking from fountains. And everything else there has stayed the same.
Excuse me, do all of our schools have the touchless water fountains, at least one or two, or no? Okay.
Not all.
Some have fundraised for them, which is nice.
Yeah. Excuse me?
We have a list of the schools and an inventory of what we're replacing. And
Okay.
we have a funding stream to begin that process of
Okay.
replacing them.
Hey, while we're on that real quick, before I forget, Glen Cove, will you check on that for me with the touchless water for the staff and, you know, they'll fill the water bottles? Because I believe they have those. They just need them installed.
Yes, sir.
Okay, this one is the exact same information that I went over at the last board meeting. Do you want me to go through this in detail again, or everybody good with this? I'm happy to, but we can move on. It's the exact same information I reviewed. It's just informing what our contact tracing now looks like. We're only doing contact tracing when there's an outbreak of 3 or more in a classroom, or where there's 10% in a large group. That's the only time we're doing contact tracing.
And we are going to include this in our active notification to parents about the opt-out process. We are going to, make sure that everybody understands what the new process is for the contact tracing, that we're not doing that. You encourage people, our dashboard will still be maintained. If they want to keep track of cases at their school, they can do that. And of course, if there is an outbreak or something, then we'll of course do the notifications at that point.
I think people need to understand the definition of an outbreak.
So an outbreak is when you have 3 or more individuals in a classroom who are connected. They have to be connected. So sometimes you could have 2 students who could be connected, and the 3rd student maybe got it from home. That does not create an outbreak. All 3 have to be connected. So they've had to have either been sitting beside each other, and it's the only way they could have gotten COVID is by the 3 in that same classroom. So that's what's considered an outbreak. Okay. All right. And the same thing with the 10%. If you're looking at a large group, that 10% has to be connected. All the cases within that group have to be connected to each other. All right, and so we haven't closed a classroom or a school in a very long time, so that's going to be quite a feat to get there. I don't anticipate us getting there very easily. So I don't project that happening. Okay, and then the isolation and quarantine rules, those have not changed. I just put those in red because they did change to the 5-day, and I just want to make sure everybody's still aware that we are following the 5-day quarantine guidance, but that's there. And then I did put the vaccination information in here because a lot of people want to know what the age groups are different. So what does it mean to be fully vaccinated? So we spelled that out for everybody. 5 to 11 years, you have to have your primary series. Another point is for 12 through 17. You have to have your primary series, but you are eligible to receive the booster, and it clearly says here that at this point, you do not have to have the booster, but there's a statement in it that says they're allowing time for them to catch up on the booster. So my guess is eventually that's going to change to be fully vaccinated. So, those who are vaccinated, who want to be fully vaccinated, the recommendation would be for you to get the booster, because my guess is that's going to eventually change the way it's written there. Definition of close contact, that different definition has not changed. It's been the same, 6 feet away, 15 minutes, and then in a K2 setting, as long as both people have masks, it's 3 to 6 feet would be the quarantine. The only time we're going to follow this is when there's an outbreak or 10% in a group. So that's when we would be contact tracing and making those decisions. And then, of course, the school does make the decision on when staff and students have to be quarantined based on the outbreak and the 10%. And then test to stay program, we went over that last time as well. Again, this is for only unvaccinated students. They've been a close contact and they have to be asymptomatic, but they test for 5 days. As long as they are negative, they attend school. So this prevents them from having to quarantine for the 5 days and keeps them in school. If they start to show symptoms or if they test positive, they automatically have to quarantine. I did receive an email yesterday that our kits are shipping, so hopefully we will get those soon. And then this is an updated, these are two charts that I think parents and just individuals in general will find helpful. The first one is a very easy to read K-12 document for parents to help understand what are the next steps. In this document underneath of here, this is what our nurses use. This document updates almost daily. It's updated 3 days in a row, it seems. So the reason I put the link there and not the graph, because it just constantly updates. That way we don't have to mess with it. But of course, this is that document that the VDH has on their website that we follow. And then I think that's all for this document. I did also update the athletic plan because that's in play as well. Nothing really changed there very much except for some of the same masking, the same distancing. The same language you saw here is the same language that I put into the athletic one. And of course, I removed the requirement that fans had to wear masks because since that order's gone, that's no longer the case. So that they were minor changes in the athletic plan. The only other thing in the athletic plan is coaches are responsible for notifying the nurse when 2 or more people on their team are experiencing COVID symptoms. The reason we did 2 is because some of our teams are very small numbers. So if we get to 3, we're already too far in. So our coaches are already doing a great job. We've already been practicing that. I don't foresee any problems with that whatsoever. Typically what happens if we start to have problems, we'll pause practice for a few days and then we'll start right back up as soon as we can. So I don't foresee a problem with that either. So.
Let me go there and ask this question. So for indoor sports like basketball, I would assume wrestling, I haven't been to a wrestling match lately. They go out there, they sweat all over each other, they spit all over each other, they come back to the bench and they're supposed to wear a mask.
According to the guidance, yes.
I mean,
Well, let me clarify something. I want to say this out loud, just because I know you all know, but just so everybody knows, that is one area where we're actually not following the actual VDH guidelines. And here's what I mean by that. And I was kind of surprised, but the VDH, when they put this back out, said that, you know, sports events should be canceled when you're in high transmission. And, you know, for lots of reasons, we've not gone there. And so I just want to say, we're continuing not to follow that piece. And we think justifiably so. But I think that adds to the context, you know, in terms of we're already doing beyond what VDH would say we should be doing. And I think for good reasons. So just kind of adds to, okay, do you also throw that out? But
well, let me ask this, and we don't have much of the season left, so it may not even matter. Do we need our coaches to mask when nobody else in the gym, none of the kids, nobody's masking?
I think, I'll tell you where I stand from that, and I've talked to a lot of our coaches. When you have a coach who's heading towards state championship, you're going to do everything you can to protect that team and keep them healthy. So I have had coaches call me and say, can I require my kids to wear a mask because we have state potential and I don't want one sick kid to take our whole team out? Absolutely, right? If you can encourage your kids to do that, to keep them safe, to go as far as you possibly can, because there are situations where we've all seen it, you get to the very end, one kid comes in, gets sick, and now you've got 5 out, and now you can't play. So I think part of it is not so much that you have to do it to follow the rules. I think they really do want to protect their team and prevent spreading it in the team so they can go as far as they possibly can.
I'm going to let it go. But
Yeah.
I have a question for you about the Dolly. I've heard talk on the street. Are they addressing some of that?
I heard they were going to, but I haven't seen anything written.
Well,
Right.
what we were hearing was they were meeting on February 7th.
That's what I heard.
So we just don't know what they're going to do.
Yeah. So,
And that would take care of our.
Are these new contact tracing rules effective on the 14th, or are we going to start those early?
they started this past Tuesday. Our nurses met on
Okay.
Monday. We went, Charlene Vale went over the information with our nurses, and they started on Tuesday.
So they've already begun.
Yes, they have. And today we have 16 cases. That's a celebration. It's the lowest we've been in a very long time.
Nice.
Yeah, Dr. Moore on Tuesday was still very confident that it has peaked, and you're starting to see all that come down, so it's good news.
Yeah, and our quarantine list is down to, yesterday we were at 260 Today, we went up just a little bit, but we've cut it in half in a week and a half.
So I have a question about our bus drivers. Do you keep track of the bus drivers who are out because of COVID? So should we expect that number to decrease as well?
It should, yeah. It already has. Last week, we had 5 or 6 on the list, and I didn't add any for the last couple days.
So that's good news for our busing.
They should be coming off the list pretty soon.
Okay.
Anything else? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Are you confident test to stay kits will be in before the 14th?
Excuse me, I didn't hear all that.
Are you
Test to
confident
stay.
that
Are you
kids
confident
will
the
come in?
test to stay kits will be in before the 14th?
No, well, no, I'm
All,
not.
all we can promise is we got an email saying they've shipped.
I think that's a great promise.
I mean, yeah.
I would suspect,
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no reason to think not.
I mean, that's a
Right.
long time from now.
Sure.
UPS.
I guess depends where they were shipped from.
Yeah, that's right.
I think,
This is true.
I think within the United States, so they're
Yes,
not,
that's right.
Oh,
San
okay.
Francisco or.
Well, I don't know if that really
Doesn't matter
matters.
either.
Actually, I think I heard something like $1.6 million of tests, or some testing came from China recently. Yeah,
We did.
it's a pretty high number.
Thank you, Dr. Skull.
Thank you. Listen, I know you've worked so hard at this and we all appreciate it. I just want to let you know, it's been a long time for you guys and the nurses, and being a mom of 3 kids with type 1 diabetes, I can't tell you how much I appreciate all the nurses and all the staff and everything you guys have done, because I know they're working really hard. Not only do they have to deal with this, they have to deal with ADD medications, they've got to deal with seizures, they've got to deal with type 1. There's a lot that's on their plate, and it's been quite overwhelming, I'm sure, so I'm grateful.
No, thank you, absolutely.
All right, moving on to 2.06, budget work session number 2. Mrs. Peterson?
Set up. Oh, no. Sorry.
I would, if you don't mind, just,
Works for me.
just because, I mean, it's first time through for our new
Sure.
members, so.
36, yeah, 35.
All right, so we'll go ahead and get started with the second work session. We're going to cover compensation and benefits. The agenda really quick is, we're going to talk about the compensation. As part of that, it's our stipends and our supplements, so we'll touch base on that. The substitute pay rate, we'll move into benefits and review health insurance, the employee extended work plan, and then I've got some slides that if you want to just peruse those later on at your own leisure, they are in response to questions that were asked at the last work session. So with compensation, we do always want to, we have two different scales, and we do always want to keep our teachers moving towards a competitive beginning wage. And with the non-teachers, we just want to ensure we can continue the integrity of the pay scale in relation between the different positions and ensure competitiveness with our neighbors. So just a quick remind you, with the compensation supplement that was in the governor's budget, they did fund, the SOQ funded instructional and support positions for both years of the biennium, as long as we give a 5% raise. Their minimum funding would be a 2.5% raise in each year. And we could not skip this year in order to access those funds. Also on the benefit side, with the VRS, even though the VRS board reduced their contribution rates, the governor kept them the same so that we had no change in the VRS rates. So really quick, I wanted to bring up our some facts on our teacher scale. We have a teacher scale that has 30 steps. The steps equate to the number of years the teacher has been working. There is a 1.5% differential in each step on the scale. Our minimum on the bachelor level is 40,359, and our max is 62,158. We have 4 different other, columns that you could move to on our teacher scale, depending on the teacher's education. If they have bachelor plus 12, it's an additional 600 over top of the bachelor column. And then bachelor plus 24 is 1,200 over that initial amount, then 2,400 for a master's and 4,000 for a doctorate. So that's the structure of our scale itself. And our contract for teachers is 200 days and 7.33 hours each day. We do always like to take a look at how we fare next to our neighbors, because competing with teachers is a big reality for us. Unfortunately, we are not as competitive at this moment with our beginning teacher scale. You can see we've got, we are higher than Botetourt and Franklin, but we are falling behind Montgomery, Roanoke City, and Salem City. So the second column is a 3.5% scale shift. I built that based off of our current scale. So our current scale, an employee gets 1.5%. Then to meet the governor's budget, because I just wanted to show what it would look like for the minimum of meeting the governor's budget. So I am making no intimation or assumptions that this is what our neighbors are going to do. I'm just saying if they had the similar increase as us and they pushed their scales by 3.5%, then that's where they would fall. And the last column is how much increase in our pay scale would have to be just to get to where they are under their second column. So the differential between Montgomery County at 46,000 and us at our 40,359 now is that 14.12%. So that just shows you kind of from today to tacking on a 3.5%, how far away we would be from them. So that's kind of sad to see. On this slide, I just wanted to give you an idea of where our teachers are. The top left-hand graph shows, I told you that with the teacher scale, they can have their bachelor's or bachelor's plus 12 or bachelor's plus 24. You can see a large majority of our teachers have a master's degree. So I thought that was a very interesting makeup to show you kind of where our teachers are education-wise. Then going across the top, our teachers, we have 1,183 positions right now. 1,125 are in the general fund, and 58 are paid out of the grant fund. Now, of those 58, 38 are in ESSER grants that have a definite end point. 10 are in Title I, 8 are in a VPI grant, and 1 is in another state grant.
BPI is preschool.
Thank you. So they're broken down by type of teacher. We have 235 positions in special ed and 948 positions in regular ed. Just to give you some hire and termination statistics, I think Mr. Hudson had inquired about. I put that up there because I thought that was very interesting to see how many teachers were hired or resigned or retired in those given years. And then the bottom shows our special ed in gold and regular ed positions in the blue and where they lie on the step. And so 1 is a first-year teacher all the way up through 30, a 30-year teacher. And then we have 8 on a 0 scale. And that means that that teacher through the years ended up way higher than a step 30. And so they are off the scale, if you will.
Well, it's just because they have like 32, 33, 35 years experience.
Yes.
Right.
So it's interesting, I guess, to Mr. Hudson's point here, about the terminations or resign. So it looks like about, and I'm guessing at this, 7% resign, maybe 5% the year before. And it looks like kind of steady those 3 years before that. So a little bit of a bump this year, but not terrible. Can I ask one question back to the other page? So I think one of the counties I'd like you to have put in here too would have been Bedford. They're a little bit lower. I get that. It would show that, we're somewhat in line with the other counties and a little higher actually. Montgomery and the city, is any of that based off the last 2 years' funding? Can some of that be tied to the COVID, the ESSER?
I don't know for how many years they've been ahead of us. Because I had looked at this recently too.
Because we did 6-year study.
Right.
6 years ago we did that study, and we were much closer, and they've, pushed ahead.
I think the city pushing ahead has been in relatively recent years.
That's
Maybe to
what
your
I'm
point, yeah, because we were ahead of the city. A number of years ago, I know, and Salem has always been ahead, pretty much. Right. Botetourt's been catching. It used to be Botetourt was behind. But
So my point to that is to see how they're doing it, interrelated to how we do it. We get the revenue sharing, right? So 87% of our salaries are payroll. So I just wondered if they did something different to make that change in the difference from what we pay to what they pay. And I don't know that you know that. I'm just asking that question to see if there is.
I would take an educated guess that none of the directors at any of these schools would have used ESSER money in their scale, because ESSER money stops, and it would not benefit any of them to put in a ongoing
Recurring
pay stream.
money.
But it goes for like 3 years, I think, 4 years maybe.
Right, but if they start to really depend on that fiscal cliff at the end of 2024 could be
But
quite painful.
cynically, then I think that the idea is, how in the world is government ever going to let that happen? that somehow we'll still fund that. And so that's, you see why I'm saying that though? In that, are they taking a chance, you know, conservative of nature in accounting, I would say, you know, you don't do that. But I'm wondering, is that how they got ahead like that? Because it wasn't that way.
You know, so, I mean, some factors that play into that is, and I know for a fact in one of the divisions, a number of years ago, I'm going back like 10 years, they really upped their class sizes, right? They had their teachers teaching, like back when you had like let's say a 7-period day, they would be teaching 6 on a 7-period day versus like we used to have 5. So those are some ways you know, have fewer teachers, right? And therefore you pay the ones you have more. And I don't know if they're still there. I'm thinking about it, that's when it did that. But I know that's some strategies districts can use. You know, you up your average class sizes to upper 20s or, you know, close to 30 versus,
That's
you
a
know,
10% disparity.
it makes a big difference, you know, when you start doing
block
that.
scheduling, right? Did we reduce our teachers when we went to block scheduling?
I really don't know. That was before my
That was
time,
before your
so,
time.
yeah.
No, I thought that.
No, I don't know.
Can I say one other thing too? Another emphasis that some of these divisions are putting on is their starting salary, but then their scales are really compressed along the way.
Okay.
And so if you look, and it used to be like people would start with us and they would jump to Botetourt for a while, if you will, because that part of their range was better. Then they would jump back to the city for a while, and then we were always better at the retirement side. So I think this is a picture, but I don't think it's a true picture of the entire thing, because our goal is to keep someone here throughout their 30-year career. I mean, that's why I tell them when I hire them. But I do feel like that we are falling behind, obviously, at the starting salaries. And to your point, Mr. Green, I do think they may be offsetting other costs somehow so they can throw more money
There's
into
gotta be some,
those beginning
there's some
salaries.
gadget there.
Yeah.
Some way
Because
they
we were
went
not that far
10%.
behind.
They
Yes.
certainly didn't increase ADM,
No.
Right,
so
right.
they weren't getting any money there.
So I wonder, and I hate consultants, and I not hate them, but I mean, I hate the idea of,
Paying it.
yeah, some of that's, yeah.
Maybe
But
we could just ask.
I wonder if we update that 6-year study to give us an idea of where,
Absolutely. One of the biggest, I just talked to a teacher the other day, and she said, I think she had close to 30 years in, said she could leave, go to Salem, and make like $6,000 more a year, something like that.
Yep.
And that's a lot of money.
that is a lot.
I mean, you're talking about 10%, you know, of what she's making, so.
Plus they might do a bonus.
And one of the things that I've heard, the benefits packages in some of these other districts are maybe a little bit better than what we're offering, whether it be the health, and I know we've seen slides on this in the past, and maybe
She's
we'll see
got
them here today. But some of the people that I've talked to that are still in the city have said the benefits package is so much better. That's
Yeah, and Susan's got the insurance piece as well, so I think that does play into it as well. You know, that's what I was telling Mr. Bradshaw today. This Saturday, of course, is one of our big job fairs, you know, recruiting fairs, and I said, well, make sure you tell them, but look at our insurance deductible, you know, 'cause, I mean, you know, when you're probably 20-something, maybe you don't think about that kind of stuff as much. You're looking at that dollar figure, but it is important for people to look at.
yes.
I just don't like that our senior teachers are so far behind, because then the older you get, the more you start thinking about retirement. And then we lose experience.
But here's where that factor comes in is, we got to have more money, right? So either that revenue sharing percentage has to change to give us some more, you know. And why I asked this question about this, you know, the increase in our, not raising our tax rate, but our assessments, you know, we're increasing 7 million to somewhere in that range of roughly 7 million of funds coming in from real estate taxes. We may need, I mean, you know, it's just like my personal checkbook. You can tell what's important to me, right? Well, our school budget, we can tell what's important to us. And so we may need to be prepared to ask for that funding stream, the revenue sharing agreement percentages to change some, because we have to recognize that these teachers are important to us, and education is, you know, I don't know why you apply to be a teacher right now. We need to give people reasons to do it. So this is a huge issue. I didn't realize we were that it had changed, because like I said, when we did this 6 years ago, we were either a little ahead or right at the same number.
Yeah, and I actually sent the beginning salaries to you guys a couple months ago, because I had also sent that to the Board of Supervisors. You know, we were looking at some of the year-end money and so forth, so we have sent that over, because I think it is something to be very aware of. I mean, to your point.
All right, so we've already kind of talked about this. So next, I'd like to share our teacher costing scenarios. I put forth 3 different scenarios based on talking with other staff, administrators. We're going to look at a 5% teacher raise, 11.5% teacher raise, and a 13.5% teacher raise. All of them will begin with the teacher moving up 1 step, which is typical. So that gives them the 1.5%. Then under the first option, there will be a scale shift of 3.5%, which would get our beginning teacher pay to $41,772. Under the second option, we would have a 10% scale shift, which would get our beginning teacher pay to $44,395. And the third option would be a scale shift of 12%, which would get our teacher pay to $45,202. And you can see the cost will range between $2.4 million, $7.2 million, and $8.7 million.
And in relation, what was our surplus this year? It was higher than it has ever been, and it was like 7 million or something like that.
Yeah, we had a significant surplus.
And so.
And when we budgeted all of these positions, I worked with Mr. Bradshaw's team to really sharpen the positions and ensure we pulled out the retirees and put them back to base pay to make sure that these were not overinflated numbers. Because that would be the last thing I would want to provide, would be putting a lapse into these estimates. So then we'll switch over to the non-teacher side. And just to kind of provide a little bit of background, what you're looking at here is a result of a compensation study that we went through back in 2020. And the company advised us to, their whole approach was this DBM, decision-based method, decision band method. And their thought is every single person in a school division has to make a decision. And so what you do, you go from the left to the most task-oriented decisions, which, I'll be honest, and I use this example every time I talk about the DBM. Your building operator, who we were talking about earlier, one of the most important things that they can do is make sure that there's plenty of toilet paper in the bathrooms, right? So that's a pretty critical, like, depending on your day, could really make you have a bad day. All the way up to towards the right-hand side, you're really looking at your policies, and you're really focusing on the higher picture and making these big decisions. So that's kind of the difference between and they're color-coded to show the different levels. Then going down through, so you would have, if you look at like the B2 section, you would have a B2-1 would be your first level in that grade, that section. And a B2-2 would have a little bit more responsibility than a B2-1. And a B2-3 would have a little bit more than the B2-2. And even maybe some oversight involved as well. And so that's just kind of the way that our structure has been built out. So that in relation, and on the screen you can't tell so well, but on the printed copies you can see that it's color-coded so that you can actually see the A13 and the A13 on this go together. We have 30 steps on this, and I'll say back in 2016 we had a comp study, and we had probably more than 30 steps, and they pulled it down to like 24 steps. Then in 2020, when we had our comp study, they blew it back out to 30 steps. And in doing so, it ended up with a 2% differential, I think more by accident than anything else. So every time we talk about scales, if we just can afford just a one step on the non-teacher scale, we will always bring forth an option for a step and a 0.5% scale shift on the teacher side to keep them moving up and keep it equitable. And what you will see is there are certain slots that are blacked out. And this has been purposeful to try and get those beginning wages for these different areas at a higher level. You can see we've got the minimum wage coming down the pike listed here in 22. This year it was $11 an hour. January 123 it would be $12 an hour. And right now we exceed that up until 2026, and hopefully our scale will continue to move up and we'll stay well above that. Our non-teachers can work multiple different contracts up to a 260-day contract and an 8-hour day. One thing that's kind of important from a funding perspective is back in fiscal year 2010, Governor Kane put into effect some budget amendments where we had some revenue shortfalls, and the state put into effect the support cap. They falsely take the total number of SOQ positions that we should have, and they just truncated it. So on the screen, this would be for 2023. In the left-hand two columns, you will see what is part of our calculator. That's how much we can expect to get for our SOQ funding. And the right hand is what the VDOE says we should be getting for our support positions. So this is a $3.3 million difference, and it's added up to $43 million. Now keep in mind, this does have to go against the LCI, and so our actual dollar impact from the state was only instead of the 3.6 million, I don't want to be disingenuous, but it's still 2.1 million of actual cash that we should have to support our support staff that we're not going to get.
My commercial real quick.
Please.
So this is where we really need our legislators to help us when we go through the budget process, because again, this is something that was enacted as an emergency, temporary. They said it's be temporary provision, and it's been over 10 years now, and you can see what it has cost us, and the state's been in pretty good shape with that. It's time for them to at least chip away at this and give us the support they're supposed to give us. So we really need our legislators to help us with that.
Yeah, and I feel like from hearing them talk, they have been very supportive. Am I wrong?
Yeah, we actually discussed that with Senator Suderline in December.
Right.
He was supportive.
He was supportive.
We're trying to get this meeting with Senator Edwards as well to try to line up that support as well. So
I think they're well aware of what happened, and hopefully they're going to right the situation.
hoping so, yeah.
So then the non-teacher costing scenarios that we bring forth are three different options. A 3% overall raise, a 4% overall raise, and a 5% overall raise. The last is the one that would be fully funded through the governor. Well, not fully funded, but it would be the maximum percentage that the governor is put forth. So kind of like with the teachers, we do have step one would be the 2% step that we would move everyone on the scale itself. And then we would move the scale up by either 1%, 2%, or 3%. And you can just see what the lowest hourly wage would move from and to. So the 3% raise would cost $4 million, the 4% $4.4 million, and the 5% $4.8 million. Now, I need to preface this with, this seems like a lot, and it seems very kind of out of whack for that first year of the teachers. We are feeling the impact here from the December approval to increase like the IA pay. So when I brought forth that mid-year pay scale adjustment, I mentioned that we would have at least $1.9 million effect the following year that we'd have to take into consideration in the budget, and that's what we're seeing as part of these numbers. So our base, when we looked at the increase, our actual base year over year for the positions was 2.9 million, actually. So the next thing I'd like to share, on this page, on the left-hand side, we've got some requests from different departments to change current contract criteria. And then on the right-hand side, some requests to add certain positions. So first, for contract changes, there is interest to move the athletic directors. We have 5 of them, from a 7 to an 8-hour day. This would cost about $61,200. The next would be to move our IAs from a 186 contract to a 188-day contract, and also increase their day from 6.83 hours to 7.33 hours. You want to speak to the effect of that?
Right now, currently, elementary IAs are 6.83 hours, and secondary are 7.33. Requests came from the principals at the elementary level to make all of our IAs 7.33, which would allow better coverage in the morning for buses, possibly provide more time helping the kids in and out of the building, or if they do need to go see a nurse, that kind of stuff. So it just basically gives them the same amount of time in the building as it would a secondary. And then the extra 2 days, one would be for extra support in the building, and then the other one would be for training for our IAs on whatever training modules, that kind of stuff would be needed. So we do feel like this is really important to keep our IAs up to date and up to speed of what we're doing, and provide the necessary coverage in the building. Our principals are requesting.
So these are principal staff requests?
Correct. You want me to talk about the next ones, or were you?
Sure.
Okay.
They
I didn't
probably,
know if you were waiting
they're
on me.
probably,
I'm sorry.
well, no, I was waiting to see if they had
Sure.
any questions, but go, take it.
Gotcha. The bus drivers, of course, we had a long discussion tonight, but one of the things we'd like to do with them, and I wish I could take credit for this because this is a great idea, is moving them from 187 to add 1 day to their contract. What that 1 day would allow us to do is, sorry, Chuck. The 1 day would allow us the opportunity to have all of our bus drivers go to parent day or back to school night or whatever you want to call it at the elementary school, so they could sit at a table and meet all of our kindergarten and first grade parents and their students, and it would allow them the other half of the day to possibly run their route, the elementary route only, that's what we're talking about, because where we have our big issue at the beginning of the year, and a lot of you probably remember this, is kindergarten, first grade, second grade, where they drop the kids off. They don't know the parents, they don't know the stops, they don't know if Johnny's supposed to get off at this apartment or that apartment or this street or that house, whatever the case may be. If we could eliminate a lot of that headache, hopefully it would eliminate us from basically firing bus drivers the first couple of months of school. And it would allow our bus drivers more confidence of exactly who the parents are, and vice versa, give those kids a chance to really see what it's like, where the buses are going to meet, and to meet their bus drivers. That 1 day, I think, would be extremely beneficial to the bus drivers. Jody Lee and I think Kathy came up with that idea. It wasn't me, but it's a great idea. The next one is moving special ed coordinators to a 210-day schedule to allow for some transition at the beginning of the year and the end of the year with our special ed students, which might also help with transitions from grade levels or different school levels and provide the extra support needed in the building. And then The final one on this list on the left is move our REAP and PEEP IAs to the ABA coaches scale, because they truly do need the extra training and the expertise of an ABA coach, not just an IA. And that is for our most difficult, challenging students in those grade levels. So to move that to the scales, and so you could see what the cost would be for those changes. Any questions on those or any more detail? Thank you.
So then the new positions, Mr. Lowe has asked for an assistant supervisor of maintenance to help his maintenance supervisor address a lot of the needs that are ongoing. And they think that they could really address a lot more by having extra body in that position. HVAC technicians, you know, that was a big topic earlier today. So that's definitely something we would love to hire if we can get the bodies in here and move that whole program forward. A plumber is needed in their trades group to help round out their needs. And then the ITRT is a technology request to help reduce the number of students per ITRT. So the total of the position changes would be 141,700. The total of the new positions will be 508,900. So then we'll move on if there were no questions.
Just one quick question, Susan. What
Yes.
did we add last year as far as new positions in the maintenance department? Didn't we add a couple HVAC positions last year?
I didn't hear him. Did you ask if we added any last year?
Yes, yes.
No, sir. This is the list. This is what was on the list last year that we were unable to fund. So these are the same positions.
Thank you.
Mhm. So I just wanted to provide the list of our academic stipends and supplements. We had some requests for some additional stipends and supplements to be paid from two different funding sources. In the general fund, we would like to implement a hard-to-fill special ed stipend to pay a licensed special education teacher $2,500 a year and a provisional teacher $1,250 a year, and that would cost just over $500,000. We did implement paying $2,300 through one of the Easter grants that the school board generously allowed us to do this past year. The grant fund currently pays for some of the special ed stipends. They would like to increase the special ed coordinator stipend from $950 to $2,500. Their transition specialist stipend from $475 to $1,250, and then add an RBT license stipend of $1,000. And that last one goes hand in hand with those REAP and PEEP positions being turned into an ABA coach, because that would be the license that the ABA coach would obtain every year and keep current. Moving on to the athletic supplements, that's the list. The high schools are at the top and the middle schools are at the bottom. Try to keep the sports kind of in the same columns for your ease of review. And then the requests that we have received, you can see the list there. The high school robotics head coach, middle school baseball assistant, basketball boys, basketball girls assistants, soccer, boys and girls, softball, volleyball, and wrestling. Then in the grant fund, they would like to, way back when, we received a Champions grant to fund a unified team. And this is a special sports team that I think we had it at Northside High School. And so our special ed team would like to go ahead and create a stipend for the creation and continuation of these teams, and it would be paid for through one of the IDEA grants.
I'd like to add one thing, Susan, and I spoke to Dr. Nicely earlier, I'm not sure if you've had time to get with Mr. Bradshaw yet, but our athletic trainer here at the top of the page before this, he gets paid $10,000. We only have one of those out of the 5 high schools, and he's making $10,000. Well, if you look at what we're paying Carillion to contract the other 4 high schools, it's nowhere in comparison. We're literally 3 paychecks equates to $10,000, for them versus what he's making. So I would like you guys to look into giving him a little bit more comparable stipend versus the $10,000. If you could add that to this before we.
I'm going to look into that. Actually, Dr. Nice and I spoke today.
Okay.
I'm trying to get exact cost. It's hard with Korean because, as you know, sorry, Chuck, as you know, we have that contract with them.
Sure.
We pay them a fee. Now, what that actually
Oh,
entails to
absolutely.
the trainer, I have no idea, but I'm going to try to see if I can get them to kind of give me some sort of ballpark what they're paying those trainers, and then see what that would look like. Now, the difference is with the athletic trainer at Glenver, of course, he is a full-time teacher and those kind of things, so there are dues. This is being paid on top of that. But I do feel like you're right. That has not been addressed in a number of years, the pay on that. So I'm going to look into that and try to get Dr. Nice a report on that.
Okay.
Very soon.
Thank you.
So hopefully- Yep.
Appreciate that.
All right, so then the next thing we wanted to just touch base on is the substitute pay rate. And just to provide a little bit of background, on October 5th, you generously allowed us to increase the substitute pay rates. And we also have in place the permanent substitutes at the schools through the Easter grants. And these are, in the left-hand column, what we used to pay, and then you can see that has moved up to the 140, the 125, and the 110. It is our recommendation to leave the substitute rates as status quo for next year, just because we still think that it would be hard to attract substitutes if we reduce that.
It's interesting to note Montgomery and Salem, their rates, I wonder if that equates to them not having the same level of difficulty to get substitutes as we do. Just, yeah.
All I can say on that is I spoke with Montgomery, and he does not give me the impression at all that he was going to raise that at all, or that they were having any difficulty. So I don't know. That's all I got out of that one. So, just to answer your question.
It'd be interesting to know, with Virginia Tech's presence up there and so forth, I don't know if that would make a difference for them, as far as, I don't know if that's easier for them or not, but.
All right, so we can move back into the health insurance. Just to give you a little bit of background about our health insurance program itself, we do have a joint health insurance program with Roanoke County and with the jail authority, who Roanoke County acts as the fiduciary agent for the jails. We are self-insured, so that means that we pay the actual medical bills instead of the insurance company. Now, we do pay an insurance company admin cost to be able to process all the claims, so we do not see personally the bills and pay them ourselves. The insurance company does all of that for us. They also provide us with access to all the physician networks that would be in a normal insurance policy. Since we are self-insured, we do have a stop loss limit of $250,000. So what this means is if an individual comes down with a very costly health problem that exceeds $250,000 and costs in 1 year related to that one problem, we would not pick up the excess costs that would be on the stop loss plan. So that is a way that limits our exposure. In 2013, we implemented a health reimbursement account plan in conjunction with a higher deductible plan than what we had before. In October of 2016, we opened the Marathon Health Clinic here on site for anyone who is on our insurance to be able to go to and visit for free. And as part...
Either one of the county or this one.
Correct. There is a location on site here and then a location across from the county offices. And they can go to either one of them. And the nice thing about that is you can get in pretty quick, and you do not have to take vacation or sick time to go. If they're on our insurance plan and they can slip over and slip back, they just pay their regular wages for that day. And then we also have the employee extended work plan. We provide $2,500 towards their insurance and let them stay on our insurance policy. So just a little bit about the structure of our insurance policy. We do have an Anthem Key Care with a deductible for the individual of $1,000 and for the family of $2,000. Our maximum out-of-pocket for individual is $3,500, and for the family, it's $7,000. We try and offset this a little bit. If you look under the flexible benefit administrators, we have an employer contribution to the HRA of $500 or $1,000. This is deposited into the employee's account at the beginning of the year, and so they technically only have to incur the $500 difference on an individual or the $1,000 difference on the family before it's coming out of their own pocket. The co-insurance is 80/20, and we do have a Blue View vision. We also run our FSA and our employee dependent care through flexible benefit administrators. We contracted our pharmacy and carved it out away from the health insurance plan in order to save money, and so we are with Well-Done Pharmacy for that.
The HRA plan, it doesn't accumulate it year to year.
The HRA will roll over. However, the distinction that with a health reimbursement account is that is the employer money. So if an employee leaves, they do not take it with them. That's different from a health savings account where that money is the employee's money, and if they leave, they take it with them. But they can roll it over until they leave, and they can use it the whole time, all the rollover.
Is there not a cap on that? I thought there was.
Not on the rollover, I don't think. Now, it's important to explain with the FSA that is different, because at the end of every single year, if you don't use that, then the employee loses it altogether. And that's standard. That's not our choice. That is standard IRS rules. So as Dr. Nicely mentioned before, I do have up here how we compare insurance-wise with our neighbors. And it's really important because when I've brought these amounts in the past, everyone zeroes in on that employee only being a zero payment for Botetourt schools and for Montgomery schools. However, what you really need to kind of step back, and that may be what they pay out of pocket out of their check, but if you look at their plan, they have higher deductibles than what we have. And so the back end, the employee may be paying a little bit more. And so you really, when looking at insurance, we really need to guide our employees to think about what are you going to pay up front, and also what are you going to pay when you go to the doctor, and which is going to give you the better benefit. And so that's why I've laid out here which, and each of them have different plans, right? So like Franklin County has 4 plans, but I listed on here the one that was most comparable to our plan. So if they've got a PPO of $500, that's not really comparable to what we have. Or if they have a higher deductible of like $7,000, that's definitely not comparable to what we have. So that's what I've laid out is the most comparable plan that I could see. So I won't go in the minutia, but I wanted you to have that for reference. And I will say, so with Roanoke County government, I've listed them beside us. Back at one point in time, we would work together on the rates, but several years ago with change in administration on the county side, that kind of split apart, and so we calculate our rates separate for the health insurance premiums. So for next year, this slide shows the recommended increase in the health insurance premiums for our employees. The top table is, and I have the per check and then the annual premium. The top table shows the 2022 premiums. And the bottom table shows the recommended 2023 premiums. And then the effect to the employee. So you'll see if you're on the wellness plan and you're a single employee, your total cost for the whole year will be an increase of $22. So then this schedule may look a little familiar because the first three columns I do provide to you every month as part of our reserve analysis. So you can see what the health fund revenue and expenditures are in our net position. You can see what our year-to-year change in expenditures is, and we do expect to see a significant increase, a 10% increase next year in our expenditures, which is why we put forth a slight increase in the premium rates to try and recoup part of that. But we are planning on using almost $1 million of the reserves to help offset these expenditures. We didn't run the full 10% to the employee. We only ran a part of it to the employee. And then I think it's always important to understand that the next to the last column are our medical trends, and medical costs just are not going down. They just continue to rise higher and higher every year. And then that last column, and I probably should have been more definitive with this, but the premium change is what the employee experienced. And that, again, is based off of the prior year's actual premium cost. So we'll move into our extended work plan. Mr. Bradshaw brought this forth at the end of last year, and enrollment has ended as of a couple of days ago. Basically, this plan is really designed to build up our substitute pool. Those employees that can retire a little bit earlier with full VRS benefits can do so and be afforded 80% of their contract paid out at their daily rate, and they also get $2,500 towards their health insurance. Every year, we're going to have some come on and some go off. So this upcoming year, in 2023, we're going to have 174 participants. 31 are going to be coming off of the plan, but we're going to have 50 joining. And so that is going to be an additional cost that will need to be funded throughout the budget process. So the next slides are all follow-ups from the questions that were asked at the last work session. Just to remind you, we were talking about the local composite index. So this is the exact same slides that you would have it in front of you. And the request of me was the history for the past 10 biennium. And so that is the local composite index for the past 10 biennium. So it goes back to 2003. And it shows where all of our competitive neighbors were at. The next slide is our enrollment, and it was asked of me to bring projected enrollment. So the slide I provided during the last work session stopped at 2023. I have added the projected enrollment for 2024. VDOE does project both years' enrollment, so they have a golden bar here of what their enrollment is estimated to be, and then the kind of bluish purplish would be our projection, and that's just an extension of the grade progression. So that one was, I wanted to provide you the exact same information from the December grade progression analysis. I reran it based on the January enrollment, and we actually went up a little bit. So we were at 13,140, now we're at 13,183. I will run it again in March and see where the numbers are sitting at that time.
13.
Like
183.
140 to 183. I went up a little bit. And then just any questions, there's the calendar for the remaining time. So we do have the crossover coming up on the 21st. VDOE typically says about a week that they will take to give us the calculator tools, and then we'll have to have time to process that. They're usually faster than a week, so I'm hoping to be able to provide you some information because our next work session is on the 1st, which is very close to when that tool should be coming out. And then I can also bring the custodial statistics back at that point in time. And I think that'll make a more holistic view of looking at those changes, you now see what we're looking at compensation-wise. And when we get the crossover, that gives us a little bit more idea of, really, the governor's budget is the first shot and typically the highest amount that in a normal year we typically don't get. So then when we get the Senate and the House, we pretty much know we're going to be somewhere between those. And then I will also be able to know what the county's going to provide to us. And so we'll have a little bit more ability to start putting the pieces together of the puzzle.
How much sleep do you lose over this?
You don't want to know how much I had last
I don't know the
night?
answer to that.
Making all those numbers match up, I don't know, that's pretty
I think we
impressive.
Seriously gotta
It's a
look
lot.
at that revenue sharing percentage. I think we gotta, look, ask the board of supervisors not to spend that surplus that they're gonna have for tax assessments. And until we can figure this out, because we gotta get this right for the teachers.
We're gonna be hurting if we don't, we gotta stay competitive.
We gotta get it right.
There's no reason to be 14, 15% behind our neighboring districts. It's crazy.
That's right. So we gotta do something, and I gotta look at that composite, because I still don't understand it, but I'm gonna call you. If I'm looking at it, we're the only one trending downward, which makes me think that somewhere in that calculation,
They're paying more.
yeah, we're getting hoodooed. And, they're putting the screws to us. And I get that. I get wanting to control, but you know what? Now it's becoming the detriment of, we need that money for teachers. So,
Anybody have anything else?
thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
thank
you,
you,
Brett.
thank you.
Hey, it was good seeing you, Dave.
German?
Yeah, good to see you too, Tim.